says the target bitrate is lower. How do I make that better? How do I make the target bitrate not... How do I fix the target bitrate here? Are we going? Are we live? Howdy, howdy. Flow. Testing. Audio testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. We are live. Let me know if the audio level on the music is too high. Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3. The stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. What's the frame rate like? It's a little chunky. Why is... The stream is a little chunky, right? The frame rate is not good. Why is the frame rate not good here? Oh, of course. I'm uploading a YouTube video. Sorry about that. The frame rate is a little chunky because I'm uploading a YouTube video right now. I did not think it would take that long to upload the video. So everyone, well, we'll just hang out and chat a little bit until my YouTube video is done. Sorry everyone. Yeah, the streaming frame rate is a little rough because I'm still uploading a YouTube video. I thought it would upload faster than that. My apologies. This thing's 2 gigawatts, and it takes a little while to upload 2 gigawatts. I thought it was going to upload a little faster than that. It's almost done. I only have 15% left to upload. Once that's done uploading, the frame rate will improve on Clasherball. So, hey, how's it going, Asterisks? How's it going? Okay, so this is my new game. It's all finished. I've started the submission process with Nintendo, but I'm also bringing this to Steam. So I've never shipped a game on Steam before, so it's going to be a learning process for me. So I'm learning how to do that today, and I'm submitting this to Atari VCS as well. Now on the VCS, if you aren't aware, that console absolutely rocks. I have so much respect for what they're doing. Massively underrated console. What's so cool is the classic controller. It lights up as well when it's turned on, and you can have games control the light ring around. Hey, Simon, MK7, good to see you. I want to make games that use the light ring, but there's also rotation on this as well, so you can control games like that. So with Clasherball, when I bring it to Atari VCS, I would like an option to use the classic control, and you can rotate like that to play. I think it'd be very cool. So that's something I had planned. So, all right. Hey, my day's actually just gotten started. I'm a little out of focus here. I might manually focus my webcam here. So I just got started. I was up till 3 last night. I haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately. And that's just because I have to work on these games. These games just take hours and hours and hours of work, and you just got to do it. I'm going to leave this on manual focus now. So yeah, I'm just enjoying my coffee. My day's just getting started, hanging out with you guys now. So yeah, how are you guys doing? So this, in the PC version, what are the buttons? It's going to be left, right, and space, and that's it. But of course, obviously, you'll be able to customize it. You'll be able to use the joysticks, however you like. So I'm just going to get started from the very beginning. I'm kind of in the way here, but every single stage, let me move. Every single stage keeps track of the balls that you've used, the time, and the points. And it'll update those stats if you get a new high score with the points. I don't actually know what people want in terms of their stats, and I won't know until they actually play the game and they send me feedback, like things like, hey, how about paying more attention to like your best time? How about a stat that just keeps track of your best time sort of thing? I don't know if people actually want that or not, so I'll have to wait until people play the game and give me feedback before I can make those judgments. So by default, you have 5 worlds to play. You have beach, snow, jungle, synthwave, and space. Hey, Elkin Fencer, good to see you. I mean, it feels weird calling you by your online name. And each world has 15 stages. the game will teach you how to play as you go along, but every world has some unique gimmicks, so it's not just clashing balls together. I'll get started with the very first stage, and I'll show you the introduction of the game here. So, I'm really excited about this game. I've wanted a game like this for a long time. I'm just such a huge fan of puzzle games. I grew up playing Puzzle Bobble. The music's always stuck in my head. It's basically, there's two songs that are always in my head that never go away. It's the Puzzle Bobble theme song and the Pirates of the Caribbean music. And those are always in my head. So, and again, you know, the game isn't just about like, oh, I shoot ball straight forward. While you're moving, you can see that your launcher can angle a shot, so you have to perform trick shots to deal with certain things. Where is our Nomura Fat Yoshi? Yeah, where's Nomura? P. Yoshi currently has the award for new Nomura. We'll see what happens when we get the next community mashup, if someone's going to take the title of new Nomura away from Yoshi P. But you know what? It's always there, and you know, the title of king can always be taken away. You know. And I have a tough time testing this because I often get in the zone and then I stop paying attention to what I'm testing. So when you're testing, you really need to pay attention to so many different factors. You're not just playing the game. And this game genuinely like just puts me in the zone, and I stop paying attention to what I'm supposed to be testing, and then I just play the game. So it's just been a little funny testing this game. Okay. See, here's the thing. If I hit that right now, I know I'm going to get hit. There's a strong chance I'll get blowback from that. So what I'm going to try and do is angle it. Oh. But I've recently adjusted the angling, right? So if I miss it, it's not because I'm bad at my own game. It's because I've adjusted the maximum shoot angle. Come on. So you got to use trick shots like that to avoid getting hit. Adam, every time I bug fix something in my game, some other random thing breaks. Yeah, that's how it happens. And it sucks when you roll that out. Obviously, you know, it happens to AAA developers and, you know, to everyone in between, every developer. They roll out an update, a hotfix or whatever, it ends up breaking something. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating for the players, but it's also frustrating for the developers that just thought, like, great, I've done it, I fixed the thing that, you know, people reported, something else breaks. Technology's complicated, man. There's a lot of stuff that goes into all of this. The Fat Yoshi has turned into the Blue Rat. What if P. Yoshi, I was thinking about this the other night, and it's like a weird, pointless thought. P. Yoshi was our new Nomura on our test run for our community mashup. What if P. Yoshi is Yoshi P? Right? I mean, think about that. You ever thought about that? Right. Yeah, so obviously the game's going to start out quite simple. You know, you have to let people become familiar with the various game concepts, and then I very gradually introduce some fun gimmicks here. So this is the first gimmick I introduce is, you know, an interactable stage hazard, and it sort of shows you like, oh hey, something can kind of get in your way here. And if you're not paying attention to the surfboard, it can just ruin a shot, you know. Top 10 thoughts to think about. P. Yoshi might be Yoshi P. I'd put that at a strong number 9 in terms of top 10 thoughts to think about. So this is a stage where it's like you're not hugely punished, right? Like the gimmick is there, and it's not a huge punishment, you know, if you get the gimmick wrong. But there are other stages that get very challenging. That I was playing last night because I was making adjustments to the physics. And I have to replay the entire game when I make an adjustment because the game is entirely physics-based. And I was playing stages where I was yelling at it, but not like an angry way, but I was playing it like I was actually playing a game. So there are moments where I didn't feel like I made the game, that I forgot that I'd made it. And to me, that's the most rewarding point of developing a game, is when I can play it and actually just play it. And way more than Silver Falls, because Silver Falls I'm constantly thinking about every single aspect, you know, so it's hard to remove myself from that. But in this game, there are many moments where I just totally forget that I've made it, and then I get mad at the game, and it's like, oh, come on, you know? And I think that's what's really fun that's the kind of experience that I enjoy with puzzle games, is when they kind of piss you off a little bit. And then you just keep trying it. You keep trying again and again. Ah. And I'm a little worried because you need to consider what people... Oh no, the stream died? Hello? Oh man. Hello? Is anyone here? Alright, are we back? Is the stream okay? Sorry guys, I have a lot of machines turned on, and sometimes they use up data. I don't know why. It could be like Windows updating itself, so sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. Just let me know if it happens, if anything weird happens, and I'll investigate the situation. Hey, Sean, good to see you. Sean Starlight, always good to hear from you, man. Hey, and this indie game looks a lot of fun, interesting to me, and I know I love puzzle games. Rock on, right here. I'm a huge puzzle game fan, but this is my favorite type of puzzle game to match the colors. Yeah, and I always wanted this where it's like they become a threat after you match the colors. But see here, look, like the hazards can actually help you, because you can hide behind the beach ball, and then that can actually protect you. There's an infinite mode, so I'll show you the infinite mode as well now. So, this mode... Go there. Oops. I've lost focus. I've really lost focus here. Ah. Okay. Ooh. Ow, I'm getting it. I think I'm probably just gonna get killed. So here's the thing, like the smart thing to do would be to angle that shot, right? So I'm gonna try to angle that from way downtown. And I find myself saying this, right? What Super Nintendo game was like when you make a shot with like it was a basketball game, and then the announcer goes, "From way downtown"? I find myself saying that from time to time when I make a shot, if I can get that. Yeah. From way downtown. There we go. See, if I had gone point blank up to it, it would have likely bounced back and killed me. Games like Puyo Pop. Yeah, I love that. I love Puyo Pop, I love Puzzle Bobble. I was playing Mr. Driller on Dreamcast the other day with some people. That was a lot of fun. I'm going to show you infinite mode. So, the game doesn't... Here's the thing, right? I was kind of wondering, because we usually have like fade in and fade out transitions to make things really smooth. And I was kind of thinking, like, are people going to complain that I didn't put a fade in transition for the levels? But it's because I want the levels to move really fast. I didn't want to waste people's time with transitions. So you can exit very quickly, you know? And it moves on to the next stage very fast. I just wanted this smooth, fast experience, something that felt like it would have been in arcade. And I feel like an arcade probably would have, you know, not wasted your time with that sort of, you know, oh, let's smoothly transition, you know. So first I'll go to the snow world, and I'll turn hazards on and off. So you see the best score changes. So I'm on infinite mode now, so there's two game modes. There's arcade and infinite. And hazards on and off, you have different high scores for that. So I'm gonna put hazards on just so we can see what it's like with hazards on now. Eggman Bean Machine, yeah, anything like that. I love those games. I always like the weird, like, having a funny little character. And that's why I put this game on hold for a couple of weeks, was I needed time to think about creating a mascot character. Because I was thinking about it, all of my favorite puzzle games have a mascot character. I don't know, it's just something, it's a character to relate to. And if you look at his little face, as you move your launcher, you can see that his face watches it. And I just think that's a cute little detail, that he's paying attention to the launcher. And then, of course, when you watch him, when you match up when you clash your balls, get him to clash, and they pop, he does a little cheer. Look at him. Yay! Fun little guy. So this is hazards on, and every world, for infinite mode, you can have hazards on or hazards off. So I'm gonna exit, see, quickly, just move, don't waste time. If you go hazards off, it's really just more about just pure, totally all about just matching up. But it takes some reflexes. It takes a little bit of like, what do you call it when you have to like Rain Man it? You know, I don't know a lot about memes, or I don't know that much about GIFs or whatnot, but I know that people post the GIF of like the lady, and she's like looking. It's from a show, and then there's numbers and there's math. I don't know if she's Rain Manning it. Is that what it's called? Where she does a Rain Man? But once this mode starts picking up, you have to Rain Man it. Like there's like calculations and angles. You can see them in your head, and I think it's just fun. I think it's such a fun, relaxing game that kind of gets a little stressful when you're down to your last health point. Up until that point, it's pretty relaxing, but when you have one health point left, your mind changes. You start thinking about life differently, you know? Is his name Mickey D. Moose? His name is Pop. The mascot's name is Pop. And I wanted to pick a name that's I think that's how they would have named him in the 90s. You know, they would have picked something simple that could be translated into other languages really easily. But it also is kind of related to the game as well. I was thinking along the lines of, you know, like Bub and Bob from Puzzle Bobble or Bust-A-Move. And I was kind of thinking, yeah, that's a name they would have picked back then. Does he play Puyo? I love Danganronpa. I haven't played Danganronpa. Is that something you think I would like? Sean Star. Every time I see certain indie games that appeal to me, I ask most indie devs on Twitter and YouTube. I want to see their games also come to the Atari VCS. Yeah, I'm working on the submission process for VCS right now. And Sean Star, if you missed it earlier, a couple minutes ago, you know, I said you missed it. It was a couple minutes ago. On the VCS, I want to make it so you can use the rotation sticks. It'll be an option. So you can use the rotation if you want to move your launcher, or you can, you know, use left or right. I love this thing. This is so cool. It's rad. And that'll be a version exclusive. No other console will let you control your launcher like that. And it'll totally change the way that you play because you'll be able to move your launcher faster because of that, you know? So that'll be fun. Okay, so actually, guys, what you can't see off to the side, I'm actually preparing the PS Vita version of this. So after the stream, I'm going to prepare a PC demo so you can play it on your PC. It'll have the first world and infinite mode, and then I'm going to put the game on Vita as well. I'm going to put the demo on Vita so you guys can play it for free. So you'll get a chance to play it. It'll have infinite mode and the first world. I know it sounds like a lot of content to play, but the other worlds have extremely cool gimmicks. You know, like, you know, there's so much to enjoy with this game. And I'll go through it. I'll show you some of my favorite gimmicks that I've made. Some of them, this is my favorite part about making a game, is when I forget that I've made something, and then I play it, and then it kind of shocks me for a second, and I go, oh shoot, that's kind of cool. And then I realize, oh wait a second, I made that. That's my favorite part about game development. Well, it's not my favorite, but it's one of my favorite parts, you know. My actual favorite part is people actually playing my games and enjoying them. That's my favorite part. Whee! You see my reflexes? I got reflexes. I'm trying to think, like, see, I'm doing a Rain Man, and I'm trying to like watch the other balls. Great, I waited too long. I can't get that pink one. Oh wait, I can angle it. Yeah. I don't know if this game is like pent up years of rage of losing games of pool and dive bars, like playing strangers, playing pool. I don't know if I made this game because of pent up, you know, like angst from losing matches that I felt like I should have won, and I made basically what is a pool table that's round so I can never land in a, you know, I can never scratch. I don't know if it's that. Super Clasherball Maker. That's a great idea. I've never even thought about that, but ooh, you might be the new Nomura. I think, guys, asterisks might be taking title of new Nomura away from P. Yoshi. I'm thinking about buying Ultra Despair on PS4. What? I'm gonna have to look that up. Let me go ahead and look that up. Ultra Despair. So yeah, I've got a computer off to the side, and I'm just preparing the PS Vita version of this. I'll look it up later. Man, this whole time I thought you were saying do a Rayman, and I was trying desperately to figure out Rain Man. Do a Rain Man. Alright guys, I'm going to say today, I think Asterisks is going to be our new Nomura. I know I'm an Atari VCS fan myself as well. It's a cool console, man. It's got such a great vibe. It's so cool. First-party Atari IP games to also come to Atari VCS as well. I want to see games on it. I want to use the classic controller. I'll show you some of the gimmicks. So Jungle is where it really amps up, and I want you to listen to the soundtrack closely because I've actually used the Donkey Kong Country sound font because I wanted that real Donkey Kong Country feel. I'm going to skip ahead. All of the stages are unlocked from the beginning, so you can just, if there's a stage that you're stuck on and you can't beat, and if it kind of pisses you off, skip it. All of the stages are available from the word go. You just wish VCS had exclusive games. We'll see. If my games sell well, then I will make exclusive games for the VCS. So this is a stage that introduces unclashable, unbreakable balls. The balls are unbreakable. Have a look at these steel balls. You can't break them. The only way that you can break these steel balls is to get the Clasherball. This is a Clasherball, and it's the only thing that can break those steel balls. So this is one of my, I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite ones, but it's one of the ones that I think is the most chill. I really like this one here. What is your idea of selling well? If a game launches and it can pay my bills for the amount of time that I spent developing it, then to me that counts as selling well. If I can pay my mortgage, pay my bills, and then I can go to Domino's and get a cheesy volcano, that's my idea of selling well. And if it means that it can cover development for the next game, for, you know, even if it only covers a couple weeks, to me that's selling well. Okay. Ow! Is the music too quiet? I'm gonna turn it up a little bit so you can hear that. I really wanted that Donkey Kong sort of a vibe going on. Ballmageddon. Clasherball 2, Ballmageddon. I like that. Okay, I'm down to my last life point. I'm down to my last star, and now I'm starting to feel differently about the world. Like, I'm less reckless now. Like, I feel it kind of feels like you're growing old, and you're like, I don't have much time left, guys. That's what happens when you have 1 star left, is you're running out of time. Adam, I hope my game sells well, but I won't count on it. It'll be on Steam only. Do your best to just reach out to people, and you know, I know that I made a video the other night. It was a little bit on the negative side, and I do regret putting negativity out there, but I wanted to show you a low point for small developers, because so many of you are going to be developing your own games, and I need to show you what it looks like when you hit a low point, so that you are prepared for it. I never got to see any developers, you know, discuss this, and that's why it's important for me to discuss it. So even though, you know, I lost some subscribers from that video, too bad, it's just the internet, you know. But the benefit for that is that, you know, you guys got to see a part of game development that sucks. This is a part that sucks, but it's there. We have to deal with it. I've delisted that video because I don't really want to be putting negativity out there. And so I've made a new video that's discussing, that tries to clear it up more. So the other night I made a video that was explaining content creators aren't covering the Silver Falls games on Switch. And some people responded negatively, and I lost some subscribers. Again, I don't really care about the subscriber count. That doesn't matter to me. Which is probably why I'm not a YouTuber. I'm bad at YouTubing. But people took it as me blaming content creators, and it's the exact opposite. In the video, I was trying to give credit to content creators. I guess I didn't make it very clear. But what I was doing in the video was I was explaining that without content creators, small developers cannot build an audience. And that's what I was trying to say, was I was giving them credit. And without content creators to grow your audience doesn't grow. Like, if I go somewhere and tell people, hey, I made the best game in the world, go and play it, that's annoying. No one wants to hear that, right? And when I've done that, people say, dude, just, you know, F off, go away. And so I've learned pretty quickly, if you just tell people, go and play my game, that's not going to build an audience. And also, it's pretty irritating, which means the only venue that small developers and independent developers have is for content creators to cover and share your games. And in my video that I made, I was giving content creators credit for that, but some people took it as, oh, I'm blaming other people for my games not selling well. So I've delisted that video because I don't want the wrong message to be put out there. Let me get caught up here. I think the music might be a little loud. I'm just going to lower it a little. I'm the only one that it doesn't matter to me if video game hardware has exclusives or not. Have no exclusives. I don't think the VCS needs exclusives, in my honest, unpopular opinion. It doesn't. You know, no console needs exclusives, but consoles benefit from having exclusives. Like, for example, if I made exclusive games for the VCS, then I would use the lights on the classic controller, and I would use the control stick in unique ways, in a way that other consoles wouldn't be able to do. It's not necessary to have exclusives, but you can certainly benefit, but you rely entirely on developers to make the most of what makes consoles unique. Unfortunately, you know, like the PlayStation and Xbox don't do anything unique, so having consoles exclusives for them, there isn't a point. For Switch, there is a point to having exclusives because of the Joy-Cons. I call these my janky cons. They are my third-party Joy-Cons, and they have grips. Oh, guys, okay, so I've got to get Back to the Future. You can see these are starting to disappear. I need to go and make sure that my parents hook up, or these are going to disappear from the timeline. You can see they are starting to fade. So after the stream, I got to go and make sure that my mom meets my dad, and that they have kids, or these Joy-Cons are going to disappear forever. So probably short stream today. I'm going to have to do some time travel stuff. Sorry about that. Let's see, Aster. Will Clasherball have a tutorial so people won't be confused? The game teaches you how to play itself. It's designed to teach you just by showing you with the levels. So it doesn't just throw you into the deep end. So, again, I'll show you, and good to see you, Super Smash. So I'll show you the World 1. And then the game, if you skip World 1 on the first, on the state, if you skip the first one, you're going to be confused. But if you start this is the tutorial. It teaches you, okay, if colors match up, that happens. And it'll also show you, eventually, like, if you bump into that, you'll see that you took damage. And then it slowly introduces more colors as well. And even with the stage gimmicks, it never just throws you into a stage gimmick. It gives you a tutorial stage on understanding the gimmick, and then it builds on top of that, and then the gimmicks become more elaborate. I'm going to show you one of my favorite gimmicks now. I'll go to 6. I'm not sure if it's on 6. I don't fully remember. Hey, Sungun, are you going to work to a big company, or are you okay just, you know, making the games and being happy with just the simple? My long-term goal, and this is very long-term, I would like to be earning enough to where I could have some full-time people working with me, but my solid goal that I know is achievable is I'm happy to keep making my games, and if I can pay my mortgage and pay my bills just by making my games, that would make me happy, and I'd be happy with that. Sean, sorry, I also respect your popular opinion for your exclusives do matter. Yeah, Adam, make sure you share your games with us as well. Silver Falls Country. This is the Sonic the Hedgehog sound font. In general, you're right about Xbox and PlayStation, but I will say that the adaptive triggers on the DualSense 5 controller make a way bigger difference to the feel of FPS games than you think. I haven't even touched a PlayStation 5 controller, so I would like to experience, you know, the controller to see what it's like. I love me a good puzzle game. I can't wait for this to launch. So this is where puzzle solving gets really intense. So you see there are steel balls, and previously the game taught you that you cannot break steel balls, but there's no crusher ball. So what are you supposed to do if there's no crusher ball? So this is an alien life form. If you shoot the alien life form, you can feed him your balls. And you can see that he changes color and he gets bigger. So this is the first stage that introduces the alien life form, and it teaches you that there are some basic mechanics for the alien. But once he gets big enough, like every alien, once the alien gets big enough, he can eat any ball. So you just keep feeding him, feed the alien, and eventually he'll be able to get rid of the steel balls for you. So these are the steel balls. Glover's all about balls. I remember seeing Glover in like every single EGM magazine, and I say that, it's hyperbolic. I feel like it was in every EGM, magazine, but, obviously it wasn't in everyone, but I saw him everywhere. I've never played a Glover game. Alien balls, sun balls. I remember you seen sneak peek of this level and the music as well. I think I'm loving the look of the space level. I'm a big space guy, real big. You can see like little details. Like I wanted to give it solar panels and whatnot. I think space might be my favorite world because it has the alien ball, and the alien ball is it's I think it's my favorite gimmick. I didn't plan the alien ball from the beginning, but I was about halfway through development, and I realized something like this would be so fun. So I'll go ahead and finish the stage, and I'll show you what else happens, because you use the alien for a lot of really challenging levels, I'm gonna say. Come on, there we go. Now I want to replay Glover. Should I look into that? Is that something that I would enjoy? So check this out. So this is a new gimmick that No Stage has, is this laser barrier. And if you shoot a ball at the laser barrier, your balls get destroyed. So the lasers destroy your balls. And so the game kind of teaches you, you gotta shoot this alien back and forth. The alien, he'll be able to eat balls of the same color. So you gotta now angle it. You gotta angle your launcher to hit the alien, and you gotta match the colors up now. Because again, the lasers destroy your balls. Oh no, don't go there! You gotta knock him back over. I was a little overzealous with my... Shoot. I messed up. Go back over there. Oops. I meant to add a wall back there. Go to the side. There we go. Jump over, man. Come on. There. Oops. Yeah, I'll fix those later. No, come back! Okay. Okay, I have a black ball next. Okay. Touch it. Okay, I'll go purple. No, I did it wrong. No. Got it. Okay, black is next. There we go. Shoot. I'm embarrassing myself in front of my internet friends. Okay, here we go. I'm not getting the angle right. Okay, black is next. Okay, I got it. Now, I got it. This is a good angle. It was a bad angle. I was wrong. Okay, I got it. Okay, now I'll get rid of the ones that up top that I messed up. Oh no, the laser's destroying my balls. Well, lasers are like that, Okay, I'm gonna take some damage here if I'm not careful. Okay, cool. One, See, here's the thing. I don't want to launch another ball, so I'm just gonna, No! Guy! Oh, I should have launched it straight at the laser field. Hey, eat this. Eat this ball real quick. Come on, alien. Eat that. Dude. I'm gonna wait for a purple one. Come on. Dude. I don't want to press too fast. It's because he's black, so it's kind of taking the weighting of that color into calculation. Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay, it might be another laser one later. This level kind of has an Arkanoid feel. Yeah, check this out. Sorry, getting a bit out of context, but I'm hyped about the epic Mickey remake. Oh, I didn't know they were doing that. That sounds cool. I also love how the developer made Glover 64. Everyone keeps talking about it. Now I want to look at it. That's racist. The Joy-Cons remind me of the Wii. Well, these aren't Joy-Cons, they're Janky-Cons. They're a little different, but they have grips on the back, so they're pretty comfortable to hold, really. I have a Wii Wiimote that has like a vulcanized rubber, and it's melting, and it feels really gross. So I haven't thrown it away. I just think it's funny. And if a friend ever comes over and we need to use Wiimotes, I'm going to give them the crappy one where it's melting in their hand. So this stage is a challenge. This one, you're going to have to be really careful now. Come on. See, what's smart is you really should get rid of the white and black first. I'm going to try and get a white or a black one to spawn. White. Okay. Okay, come here. I need to get rid of those white ones. Got him. Okay, blue is next. Come on. Yes. Okay, black. I'm going to go to the other side. And you can give him a little nudge with your face as well. There we go. White. Perfect. This is perfect. Okay, here we go. Just waiting for my alien pal. There we go. Great. Whew. If you don't do the black and white ones first, it can get lodged behind them, and then it's going to try to escape, but it can take a while for it to escape. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Come here, buddy. I didn't get the angle right at all. Okay, go over there. I'm going to do this purple one here. Okay, if I can get the angle. Come on! No! Dang. I'm going to try and get another purple one to spawn. Yes! Got it. Okay, great. Is it just me, or I really want to see that Atari make Atari Showcase, because other big and small game companies made their own? Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. I think a sort of a showcase would be good, you know? Come on, man. Come here. It is a little slow, but this took hours and hours of adjusting, and if it isn't this rate, then like a lot of weird glitches can happen. So unfortunately he has to be pretty slow in order for there to be physics accuracy. Anything that's physics based with games is always, you know, it's really complicated to deal with. I'm gonna give him a little bounce. Okay, I'm gonna be careful here. I don't want to mess this up. I'm gonna wait till he comes back on the rebound. I gotta line up the angle here. Okay. Yes. Okay. I messed up the angle. It's okay, I get another shot. Okay. Come on down, buddy. Come on down. Okay. Got it. Last one. Get in there. Oh, I waited too long. I need a sharper angle. Come on. Yes. Got it. Supposedly Pico is going to finish up the development of Glover 2. Hey, that's interesting. Hey man, I want to help you and buy the game. Do you know when it will be purchasable on the eShop? I'm not entirely sure. It depends on how long the approval process from Nintendo takes. Best case scenario, you know, about 5 weeks it'll be available on the eShop. 5 or 6 weeks we're looking at this point. I don't know how long it takes for Steam to approve games, and I don't know how long it takes to ship something on Atari VCS. So this will be my first title on Atari VCS. Let's check this. It'll also be my first Steam launch, this one as well. And of course I'm working on Galaxy Drifter and some other games as well. Guys, I'm going to tell you about a game concept. This is exclusive. I've not told anyone about this, but I've been taking development notes on this, and the concept is finished. So let me just switch over to like some chill music, so I'm not playing the exact same music over and over again. Synthwave is chill, man. This is a vibe. Here we go. So I'm going to tell you about a game concept that I started coming up with the past couple days. So in the past couple days, I've just been focusing on stuff that I can develop very quickly that would be interesting for people to play. Just looking at, like, you know, content on the internet that content creators would look at and say, oh, that looks fun, okay, I'll give that a go. And obviously that's not one of the strong points of Silver Falls. It's not meant to look attractive for people to look and go, oh, sweet, you know. I always meant for Silver Falls to be a series that people just stumbled upon on their own, and they like it for their own reasons. And I built an audience that way, but the audience isn't building fast enough at this point. So I'm focusing on games where people will just look at it and immediately they'll know whether or not they like it. So I'm working on games that have that kind of appeal. So the game that I'm going to share with you guys now, again, I've not shared this with anyone, so this is very exclusive, is a game, what was I going to call it? Beam Struggle Ultimate Battle. And it's a fighting game, but it's not a standard fighting game because I have a hard time just doing genre games, don't I? So, Beam Struggle Ultimate Battle is a game where you control a character and the whole battle is charging up your energy beam. And you have to consume your ki. There's 3 stocks. You have 3 stocks. So it's a 2-player game. You have a player on the left side, player on the right side, and you have to build up your ki. And I want it to use motion controls and button mashing. So the way that you mash the buttons and the way that you do motion controls shapes your ki. And you can launch your energy blast whenever you want. And it can be different shapes. It can be a beam, it can be a ball, a laser, a shield, or a disc. And the way that you launch your beam influences how it's going to affect the other player. So, say for example, if the other player launched a ball and I launched a disc, then the disc would cut through the ball, and then I would win that interaction, and then I would win the beam struggle, and I would damage the other player. So the player who deals either the most damage after 3 stocks, or if you can defeat the other player with your powerful beam, wins the match. And that's Beam Struggle Ultimate Battle. And the appeal of that is you can either just launch your beam immediately. If you launch one, a quick one, and you hit the other player, then they lose whatever they're charging. Once you get hit, you lose all the energy you've charged. So there's some strategy in, should I just launch a fast attack? If you wanted, the game will let you charge your ki blast for like half an hour. It'll get infinitely stronger, and you can have this giant, you know, planet-busting energy beam if you wanted to. But if the other player sees you trying to charge up this massive energy beam, and then they just quickly launch a small energy beam, and then it hits you, then you lose all the energy that you've charged up. So it's like rock, paper, scissors if the other person was allowed to punch you in the face before you get to pick which rock or paper or scissors you use. And that's how I would describe Beam Struggle Ultimate Battle. And that's a game that I would be able to develop very quickly. I could put it on many different consoles. And again, I didn't come up with it because I thought, oh, this will be clickbait or this is a cash grab. It's something that I'm still passionate about because it's a concept that I really like, but it's specifically something that I can make very quickly, and it's something that people can look at and immediately know if they would like it or not. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. I haven't officially announced it, but honestly, like, if I put all my other games aside, I can make something like that in like 3 days and have it totally finished and ready to ship. And it's a kind of game that I would really like. It's something that I would invite a friend over, and then we would play that for a while. It would just be a lot of fun, you know. And also, it's a concept that I can execute on other platforms as well. Like, I'm going to be doing more and more legacy homebrew stuff, and that is a concept that I can make on many old platforms. Fat Yoshi's going to be a secret playable character. He talked about Pony Petter as a cheap standalone. You know, it'd be cool if the minigames from Wii U could be standalone games. That's not a bad idea. I think Pony Petter would be funny. I meant to do more. I wanted to do so much more for the minigames on White Inside Its Umbra, but the thing is with White Inside Its Umbra is all of those games are loaded into memory, and they all exist in memory at the same time that the full game exists. And I was starting to hit a limit, and if I put any more mini games in, then it would have crashed the Wii U, because the environment in White Inside Its Umbra uses highly detailed models, and the textures are pretty high resolution for the Wii U. Like, there's not a lot of RAM on the Wii U, so that's why I couldn't add more minigames. I really wanted to. I wanted to spend more time improving the existing minigames that are on there as well. Like, Moose Match was supposed to have a scoring system and a combo system, but I just didn't have time. You know, it was so much work, and I barely scraped by getting White Inside Its Umbra submitted to Nintendo on time. Like, Nintendo did a huge amount to help me with that game. Hey, Blue Basher, good to see you. How's it going? Oh, I think this level looks so cool you're playing right now. I wanted a cool vibe, something that makes your eyeballs just feel relaxed. So this is the synthwave. So this, they start using things where this stage is tough, right? Because if anything touches that bomb, you instantly lose. So what you actually have to do is you have to do the opposite of what you expect. You have to knock the balls into the gravity well. So you have to do that by using different colors. And by this point, you already understand that the game would have taught you that if you clash two balls of different colors, they're going to push each other. I've screwed myself a little bit with that over there. You know. Oop, there we go. Go in there. Okay, so if you clash balls in there, even though they burst, they're still going to stay in the gravity well, so they stop you from touching the bomb. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit this from an angle. Okay? Come on! That was clutch. Okay. Here's the thing, though. You have to approach this from an angle, because if it's from head-on, it's going to push it into the bomb. Okay. I'm going to wait for the gravity well. Okay, this is going to be close. But the way that I've angled it, I think I'll be okay. So I have to hit this from an angle. I'm going to wait for the gravity well. I'm going to hope that the gravity well catches it. Come on! No, no, no! Oh my god, I didn't look at the color. Oh, I didn't look at the color. I've screwed myself. I have screwed myself. I'm genuinely irritated because I could have done it. I'm so irritated. I'm not rage quitting, I'm just switching to a different level. Every stage is unlockable from the beginning. Because I know that there's going to be stages that just irritate people. That's how these games work. You know, these stages are... There's certain puzzle ones that are meant to just be really tough. If they irritate you, leave and move on, and then you can come back and try it later. Super Mario. What is this launching on? This is going to be on the Nintendo Switch, Steam, and Atari VCS, and the PS Vita. The PS Vita version will be free. I'm actually preparing that now on another computer here. So, yeah. And I'm using my JankyCons. Where would I get it for Vita? So, I will put it on itch.io. Your Vita has to be homebrew enabled, but I will put the ROM there for free. So, if your Vita is homebrew enabled, you will very easily be able to download the file, put it on your Vita, and install it. It'll be the full game. And that's because the Vita rocks, I love the Vita, and also it's wrong for me to sell games on the Vita when I'm using like homebrew tools. Like, other people spent their time creating these homebrew tools, and I think it's wrong for me to monetize my Vita games, especially since it's using some of the official tools. Even though I am a registered PS Vita developer, that shop has ended, it's expired. And I am, like, part of these homebrew tools use some of the official stuff, and I think that it's wrong for me to monetize that. So my PS Vita games will always be free. No! I didn't pay attention. So I'll show you some other stages as well. I'll show you Snow. I'm just going to randomly pick something and hope it has a cool gimmick. Does the rabbit have dialogue while you're playing? No, I originally wanted him to have cute little lines of dialogue, but I just didn't. I didn't find a way to make it flow reasonably well. We'll see. You know, if people really enjoy this, I have a lot of ideas that I want to implement. You know, for a potential sequel. I did originally want to do a 2-player mode, but the problem is I don't understand how people are going to play this game. And I need to understand how people are going to play the game. I need to understand how people use the mechanics. And you need to have that kind of understanding before doing competitive versus mode. So I need to see how people play this game. I need to watch how people play it. And I need to take that into consideration. If this game sells well, if people enjoy it, I do have a lot of ideas for a potential sequel, and the sequel, of course, would have 2-player mode. So you each have your own board. You have, you know, player 2 has his board, player 1 has his board, his or her, and when you burst your balls, it'll launch balls over to the other person, and that's how versus mode would work. Vita is greater than the 3DS. It is better hardware, you know, there's no arguing that. I think this is one of the first stages that sort of teaches you about gravity wells. Also, this is a 3 Down Stars reference. I forgot that I did this. I forgot. It's the series logo, but the logo shifts a little bit with Silver Falls. From game to game, the logo can shift form a little bit, which speaks to the amorphous nature of the series itself, that the logo isn't just this one thing, it sort of changes shape and form from title to title. This is a Silver Falls reference. People kept asking if I was going to make Silver Falls references in my other games. Yeah, this is one. Sharing balls. Yeah, sending balls back and forth. I like puzzle games where a versus mode lets you ruin the other person's day, like competitive Tetris where you can send blocks, Puzzle Bobble, Puzzle Fighter, yeah, stuff where you can ruin the other person's, you know, what they're trying to do. That's my favorite kind of competitive puzzle game. Come on, hurry! Okay, I got it. Okay, it's just a nice, fun way to safely clash your balls and not have them kill you in return. And this is people were asking about tutorials. This is how the game teaches you. The tutorials are part of the levels. It lets you learn the mechanics just by playing them. Okay. It's the 3 stars that are down. With course hazards. Hey, Alice Manson, good to see you. Yeah, it is modern day marbles with hazards. Okay, let's see what gimmick is on the next one. You see the little rabbit cheers? His name is Pop. Oh, this is fun. Okay, so this is one of the first stages that teaches you about gates and keys. So this is a gate, and no. This is not one of the first ones. The game teaches you early on, but now this reverses it. The game is actually teaching you do not collect the keys, because what happens if you collect the keys now is the gate will open. Whereas a previous stage would have taught you have to collect the keys to open the gate. But what happens after you collect the keys and open the gate is the bombs are now exposed. Hey, Obsidian Traption, good to see you. So this stage actually reverses that, and now your goal is to avoid the keys. Do not touch the keys. So it's just fun. Lots of different puzzles, a lot of different objectives. You're trying to accomplish different things. So it's not just a match 3 game. I think the last key. I'm going to avoid the last key. Don't touch that. Do not touch that. Do not. Ooh. Life is so hard, man. I'll go to a different stage so I don't embarrass myself in front of my internet friends. Okay, yeah, that sounds more fun if you make it more like Tetris Versus. Yeah, I love how versus modes in puzzles games, they start out so friendly, and then once you start sending stuff to the other people, it just becomes so competitive. I really enjoy that. I'll just randomly go to some jungle stages. How about that? I'm gonna randomly pick some. Something that I really like is when a complete different kind of game have fun multiplayer mode. Yeah, I love that. It was something we saw a lot in the early 2000s when developers got a really strong grip on developing in 3D environments. We saw so many games like that where developers sort of had fun little mini games that are just sort of different, you know. Tekken 3 is one that I really like, where the multiplayer mini games were just ridiculous, like beach ball mode and whatnot. Oh yeah, Yar's Revenge. I like the Atari VCS stuff a lot, you know, and that's why I'm making games for it. I think it's awesome. So this is a stage that introduces jump ramps. Gotta love jump ramps. Can't wait for Sun Grand Smash Bros. Gonna beat up a Metal Exterminator with Pop. Part of the reason why I needed a mascot was also, I've been considering a Sun Grand platform fighter for years, right? And the reason why I needed a mascot like Pop is if Pop is going to feature in Sun Grand, you know, All-Stars, Pop would have a launcher on his back. And the launcher would feature the balls, so you can see what balls are going to be next. So Pop would actually feature like this. So Pop's projectile would be throw out a ball, and if you can get 2 to match, they're going to stay in one spot. And if you can get 4 balls of the same color to match up, obviously it's going to make a big explosion and it's going to damage the other players. So in Sun Grand All-Stars, that would be Pop's mechanic. So this stage teaches you how to use jump ramps. There you go. I love ramps in games. I love doing a big jump. I like doing a big leap. It's just fun. Do an angled... Oh, I was going to get that angled shot and the green ball came out of nowhere. That's a bad spot. I'm going to get hit by this, I think. Wow, I did such a bad job on that. I walked into it. I didn't even need to... Okay. Get the blue one. Get the blue one. He's up there. Got him. Okay, he's in place. Cool, cool, cool. I'm gonna try and get him from the side. There we go. I think if I get it from the side... I didn't look at the color. I'm on my last life here. Okay. I'm not bad at my own game, okay? It is a challenge. I'm really good at my own game. I'm so good at it. I'm basically the best, alright? It's the janky cons. I'm blaming it on the janky cons. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna do a big jump up there. How do I not get hit by that? I got hit! I'm not bad. It's because my janky cons are fading out of existence. Again, I need to make sure that my parents meet up and have kids and fall in love, or else my janky cons will disappear from existence. So, you know, it's not my fault. I'm not bad at my own game. Just now I noticed that the blue rat watched the ball launcher moving. His name is Pop. He's a little friend. Actually, I drew some inspiration from Tuxedo Mask. If there's anyone that knows what a Sailor Moon is. If you know what a Sailor Moon is, you might know what a Tuxedo Mask is. And that's kind of what I had in mind. I always thought that was a cool mask that Tuxedo Mask had. And I originally gave him the hat, right? He was just going to have the hat. And then I thought, wouldn't it be cool if he had a little mask as well? And Universe, hey, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and of course I would feature Silver Falls characters, but a number of the games that I have launching as well, I've chosen them also considering if they would make an interesting character in Sun Grand All-Stars. My coffee's ice cold. Oh, we would have Maverick as well. We would have Maverick from Silver Falls. He would be a character in All-Stars. I'm going to go to Infinite mode now, and let's go ahead and... You know what's really soothing is Hazards on, Synthwave, Infinite. This is a mode that is really meant to be relaxing. Every Infinite mode for each stage, it's not just a visual change, because the hazards change the way that you play that mode in Infinite. So this one, because the gravity well can grab the balls, it's a lot easier to stay alive. It's a lot easier to avoid getting hit when balls clash. And so it's pretty chill, man. It's just chill. Sailor Jupiter is the best sailor. I kind of think of the episode that's really heartbreaking. What was it? Where she like baked cookies for somebody, and the bad guys like they took the cookies or they smashed the cookies or something. Was that Sailor Jupiter or was that Sailor Moon? I feel like that was a Jupiter episode. She was gonna give cookies to like a boy that she liked, and then the Negaverse dude like took the cookies and smashed him. I can't remember the exact details, but I think of that, and it's just kind of like, man, this story, man, it has like really, really strong emotional leverage when it comes to storytelling in the Sailor Moon stories. I always liked Sailor Mercury, and I'm not sure if that's because Blue Ranger was my favorite, so I like the color blue. But I always liked that she was the one that was the brains, and she would figure out like enemy weaknesses. She had the visor, and she was like, "Let me use my scouter to read the enemy's power level." You know, that I liked Sailor Mercury for that. I liked that her attack was bubbles, because in my mind it was like, how are you going to kill enemies with bubbles? Honestly, but the fact that she was over there killing enemies with bubbles, you know, it kind of made me think like, maybe I'm wrong. I'm wrong for judging bubbles unfairly, and she's you know, purifying and killing demons with bubbles. And I just think it was because you don't expect bubbles to just kill a dude, right? So I don't know, something about that was just really cool. So I'm kind of a Mercury dude. I think Mercury's my favorite here. Even though exclusives don't matter to me, if it has it or not, but sometimes I think it's awesome when you're playing or making some exclusive games. I really want to make exclusive stuff that use the controller. I just think it'd be so great. Sailor Mercury is the best. Thank you very much. I actually remember that. There's certain things about Sailor Moon's stories just like stick out in my mind. Like my friends and I, we did tennis in high school, and we could not stop doing the Sailor Moon music. And every time we scored a point in tennis, and even after high school, we would go to the courts and we would play tennis, and we would go, "I scored that point for the Negaverse," you know. And the teachers are there, or the coach is like, "What the F is going on with these kids?" You know, to them, to the teachers, that was like our skibbity toilet, you know. And we'd start a match in tennis, and I'm gonna play tennis for the Negaverse. My friends and I would go to arcades or the mall. We would see the claw catcher machines, you know, where you get the stuff, and we would say, "I play claw machine for the Negaverse," you know, and we're there trying to get like, for the Negaverse, trying to get the prizes out of the claw machine. Certain things like that, like we could not escape it. That was our culture, my friends and I, when we were growing up. And then we would do like, if we were doing really well in tennis, and we did a good slide, and then we like sliced it, and we would like do the Sailor Moon music. We would go dun 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 dun, you know. We couldn't stop making Sailor Moon references. When someone is in a bubble, they don't have oxygen. This is true. This is true. When someone is in a bubble, they can also be out of touch with the world. JoJo has a sick bubble ability. Was it Caesar? No. What's... Caesar Zeppeli. Who's... Oh, man. I'm a huge JoJo fan, and I'm drawing a blank right now. Will Zeppeli's son, right? Is that Caesar? Or is his grandson? He had the bubble thing, which was really cool. don't even get me started on JoJo. That storytelling is highly effective. That's highly effective storytelling. So yeah, I would say if you really want to chill and you don't really want to die, I would say if you want to do infinite mode, I'd say infinite mode, synthwave hazards on, because that gravity well, you know, it's like the planet Jupiter. It catches celestial bodies and it stops them from colliding with Earth, and that's what this is. But you can have hazards off. You know, I'll turn hazards off. In this situation, hazards is actually helpful to you. Caesar Zeppeli, digging the infinity mode. Yeah, I didn't actually know what this was going to be like until very late. Oh, did I turn hazards on? Oops. I did not know what this mode was going to be like until pretty far in development. And I was playing it. I thought of it, I'd conceived of it, right? But you don't actually know. You have an idea of what it will be like, but you don't really fully know what it's going to be like until you've made it, until it's basically finished and you're playing it, and then you can really comprehend it and understand what's going on. So I had this in my brain for a couple weeks, and I just remember thinking, like, I don't actually know what this is going to be like. I don't even know if it's logistically going to function. I don't know if logistically it's actually going to be fun. I don't know if it's just going to, you know, be chaos. And it took fine-tuning. It took a significant amount of fine-tuning. But it's at a point now where I think people are really just going to have fun. If you just want to boot the game up, the game boots up very quickly, and if you've got a couple minutes here or there, the infinite mode is just for you to just relax and you know, enjoy a puzzle once in a while. I really like booting up Puzzle Bobble and just playing that, you know. Once in a while, just boot it up and play for a couple minutes, and that's what infinite mode's supposed to be for. Just a pretty fun little chill thing. A chill session, I suppose. Ooh, I dodged that one narrowly. Oh, I didn't react fast enough. I heard some people are saying that indie game price will also go up, also being expensive, and by the end of 2024, I hope not, because I'm disappointed that the price went up for everything else. The cost of living is going up for everything, unfortunately. When it comes to selling something like, you know, cookies or chocolate or juice, what will happen is that manufacturers, instead of increasing the price of the product, they'll actually give you less of the product. You know, they'll reduce the product by a couple grams instead of raising the price. That's one point of it. But the difficulty is that everything is getting more expensive right now, and that's just economics. That's just how it is. Things, you know, inflation, price goes up, the value of the dollar goes down. You know, you can't just go to McDonald's and get a burger and fries and a soda and a Lucky Strike for 8 cents anymore. You can't. I mean, I can't even get McDonald's to give me a Lucky Strike. So there's that, you know. And, you know, the other solution is just for developers to make smaller games that they can produce in a shorter amount of time that take less work, and they produce games that are smaller. It's tough, you know. We're all just going to have to deal with you know, the changes in our culture and our economics. Edit Universe 75. I've always wondered about hazards on, maybe. About how making a JoJo game is very difficult because you can't really replicate the free-flowing strategy mechanically. I love that about JoJo's. I really like the fighting games. I've played, like, you know, their old 2D one, and I recently bought one on this, like last year at some point. The modern JoJo's fighting game, it was on sale. I've only got to play it for like half an hour, but it was really cool. I like that, you know, but you're absolutely right. It's so difficult to replicate the actual appeal of JoJo is that battles are not just about raw strength. They're free-flowing, they're weird. The characters have powers that aren't necessarily battle-focused. it's hard to replicate that in a game setting. So in this one, you got to avoid the saw blades, and there are asteroids that get in your way as well. This one's a very fun stage. I'm already low health. You can't get rid of the saw blades as well. Whoop. All-Star Battle, that's what it's called. It's got so much style. Oh, man. So here's the thing. A few years ago, I did not understand the appeal of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And it's funny, like, the things that I said about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure are, like, once in a while, like once or twice a year, I'll hear from, someone will send a message or post a comment on YouTube, and they'll say, like, oh, Silver Falls sucks, I hate it, you're a bad developer and it sucks. And I used to say similar things about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Say, oh, I hate it, it's awful. And then I actually, watched it and paid attention to it, and now it's my favorite thing. I absolutely love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So I think that, your perspective can change if you're in the right situation and you have the opportunity to actually understand something. Your perspective on it can change. The same thing happened to me with One Piece and Skylanders, where I used to say these are the worst things in the world. I hate them. Now they are among my favorite things in the world. Every ball joke I do, someone left for live. I'm sorry. Let me see what else I can show you guys. So this is coming. I'm really excited about this. It's so fun and chill. Let me show you some of the other gimmicks now. What are some fun gimmicks? Go back to arcade mode. I had so much fun doing the gimmicks. Can I buy All-Star without having watched the anime? I think that might be a bad idea. And the reason being is I played a demo years and years ago. I played a demo of the JoJo's All-Star Battle, and I had a negative experience because I didn't understand JoJo, and it made me dislike JoJo. I didn't like it at all. The characters were weird, the animations were weird, their personalities were so bizarre and off the wall, and I did not understand it. And so I played a demo of JoJo's without understanding it. It was a negative experience. So I would say maybe the games might not appeal to you if you haven't seen the anime. But after I watched the anime, JoJo's became my favorite thing ever. And now I went back and then I played the game, and I realized the game actually isn't weird enough. Before I knew JoJo's, I thought the game was too weird, and then after I became familiar with JoJo's, I understood the games are not weird enough. So, I wouldn't necessarily recommend All-Star Battle if you haven't played, or if you're not familiar with the story and characters, And it's different, like, I think, with the Dragon Ball games, I think anyone can play a Dragon Ball game, because it has Dragon Ball has more mass appeal than JoJo. I think you have to experience JoJo in the way that it's meant to be experienced, and you watch the stories and enjoy the stories, and you become familiar with the characters. And I think that's when you can start enjoying, things like the fighting games and whatnot. Bro, do you guys remember Disney Infinity? I was at a pawn shop yesterday, and a friend of mine bought a Disney Infinity Davy Jones because he thought the figure was really cool. It was like $4, which is like $3.80 or no, like $3 US. Adam, heading to bed. All right, awesome. Thanks for hanging out, Adam. Good to see you. Thanks for coming to hang out. I'm just so against these companies becoming greedy. I think that's a bad thing because that's why everyone is ending up homeless and losing everything. That's why I think this is a bad thing. It's tough. Because the people that are in charge of the companies are CEOs they reach those positions and they have to appease the board by increasing their profits more and more. And the easiest way to increase profits is to make things more expensive. And unfortunately, in Western culture, that is how we express success. We say, oh, this new CEO that we got last year, they're doing a good job because our profits are up. But in exchange for raising those profits, they have cannibalized an IP and products that never belonged to them in the first place, and they are making their industry way worse. They're ruining the culture of the industry that they are in. They're ruining their products. They're ruining the good faith that consumers have for those products. And we're just going to have to live with it because that's how it's always been. That's how it always will be, you know. And we're going to have to find some way to cope with it. It really sucks. This is a game. This is a stage that absolutely requires patience. And if you rush it, you're going to ruin your run here. You need patience. I rushed it. I should have waited. I should have waited. That was clutch. You guys see that? I'm gonna be careful this time. I think I'll wait. Alright, here we go. This might end badly for me. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Nailed it. I nailed it. I'm going to flex. I know how to play my own video game. Check it out. This is a pretty fun gimmick level. So there are floating gravity wells. So those are called neon balls. The neon balls are floating up top. And you obviously can't reach them. You need to access the jump ramps. But you can't just access the jump ramps. You have to use the speed ramps. So you have to aim it at an angle here and avoid the gravity well. So I'm going to shoot that. But the gravity well actually stole the ball. So you have to try and find, because you can sort of sneak it in there like that. You can also shoot it at an angle as well, which I will try to do. So you can do it the slow way like that, and it knocks the neon ball out. I'm going to try to do an angled shot here. I angled it the wrong direction, didn't I? I'm not doing a good job here. Yeah, nailed it. Great. No, I did a great job. Oh no, I gotta get that other one in there. Ooh, okay, I was too late. So that's one of the twists of the neon balls, is neon balls can only be destroyed by other neon balls, obviously. So if you only have one neon ball left, you have failed the mission. Okay. So you need to make it so all three neon balls touch. Okay, so I've knocked that neon ball out. It lands into the gravity well. I gotta get this. No! Curve the bullet. Yeah. That's it. Okay. You can see how to do it, you know. And it's puzzles like this where you just eventually figure out some tricks and you get better at that one particular puzzle over time. And this is where I think a lot of the replay value is going to be, because there's going to be some puzzles that are just so difficult that you're not going to be able to do it on first go, you know. And it's a matter of learning them and just trying and experimenting with different approaches. And eventually when you find a solution, I think it's going to be pretty satisfying. Okay, now, okay, see, once the top two drop in there, you launch that third one in there. Okay. I love all the different mechanics. So this game does not have a time limit. No, this does not have a time limit. There is one stage that does have a fun time limit. I'll show that to you because it's one of my favorite stages. You get to try as much as you want, you know. Oh, look at all the colors! The colors, Duke, the colors! Okay. So... I don't remember what stage it is. I'm just gonna go through them and guess. Okay, it's not that one. That's the alien one. Okay. I think that's another alien one. That's another alien one. It's not that one. That's a fun one. You can get missiles to destroy the asteroids. I can show that to you. I'll pick what stage. Where's the time limit? It's not that one. This is a fun one. I mean, have a look at that, you know. I'm going to turn the volume off because I know it's going to drive you insane hearing these songs start over and over again. I don't remember what stage it is. I'll just start from 3 and then see if I can find the stage. Chris Lawrence, hi, good to see you. Thanks for coming to hang out. I admire your craft and your attitude, and I look forward to supporting this game when it releases. I appreciate that, thank you. I think you make a positive difference in the industry. I don't know, you know, I'm hoping that whatever I do has a positive effect and I can help people. And when inevitably, you know, people are going to come after me in terms of development, I hope that whatever I do makes it easier for them to learn the mistakes that I've had to learn myself, and I hope that whatever I'm doing gives them a head start on that, and they don't have to lose the amount of time that I've lost learning mistakes. This thing wants to kill me! Okay, so you see, that's a missile that I've picked up there. It's a missile pickup. And that's how you destroy the asteroids. Okay. Did you homebrew your Switch? No, I don't homebrew enable current consoles. So that one, like my Switch and whatnot, they're all stock. This is the only stage that has a time limit, and I'll show you what happens here. Turn the volume back up. Let me know if the music's ever too loud or too quiet or whatnot. Like, I homebrew, like, after the eShops ended, I homebrewed one of my 3DS's. Well, I had one homebrewed ahead of time because I needed to see what was going on in terms of piracy and whatnot. As people told me they were pirating my game and whatnot. So you can see this gravity well has an orbit, and this is I was trying to think of something that felt like an outer space theme. You know, I really want the gimmicks to match the world theme. And so this is one where I thought, you know, this is a celestial body, it's got gravity, and it brings it over to the bomb. So it means whatever you do to solve this level, you are on a ticking clock. So what you actually have to do is you have to grab those missiles, but you have to curve your shot. You can't just directly access those. So I'm going to try to properly solve it now. Alright, so what you need to do is clear that out. You need to make space there, not get hit. Clear it out. Curve the bullet. Okay, so I got one asteroid done. Hurry and get the next shot. Okay. But also there's red in there as well. No. Ooh. Because the gravity well will grab that red ball, so I put 3 in there ahead of time. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, good. Alright, there we go. So it's avoided the bomb. So I need to get that last asteroid out of there. Come on. Curve the shot. Because it can still pick up other stuff on a second orbit. You know, it can pick up other things. There we go. Yes. Now there's a red ball there. So I need to make sure that whatever angle I hit these red balls from. Uh-oh. This is bad. Uh-oh. This is bad. Because it can still drift into the bomb, you see? Okay, there we go. So okay, good. I'm a little bit worried. What I'm actually going to do, I'm going to wait for the gravity well to come around again. Because if I hit that, they could bounce off and hit the bomb. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Maybe the 3DS and Wii U eShop stopped for the companies to port the games on Switch, like Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. I'm not really sure, you know? I'm not really sure. Okay, here we go. Grab it. Okay. No, we're safe. We're safe. That one, that took hours and hours to design that stage. A stage like this doesn't take that long to design, you know. If we go back to basics, you know, I'll just pick something like that. These sort of stages don't take a long time to create, but that stage with the asteroids, the missiles, the timing, the gravity well, that took hours of development and testing. You know. I try to balance out those sort of stressful, difficult stages. I try to balance them out with just good old color matching stages. let's see. Are you still here? I forgot to tell you something on some Atari news I found on Atari VCS Discord. Dev Showcase, Elkin Fencer. Sean, are you on the Sungrand Discord? You can join our Discord. Some of our videos have the Discord link. You can chat with us there and hang out with us there. Yeah, and Elkin Fencer's on there as well. Does this game have a bonus if you won All Stars or just for fun? Yes. Yes. And I haven't unlocked it, which means I can't show it to you. So there is... I just want to... My mammal brain won't let me just leave this. Like, I have to finish this stage. I was trying to talk. Okay, I'll just go. I really mucked up. I mucked up. I have to be better than my monkey brain. I'm just going to exit. Yes, so by default, these are the worlds that are available. Beach, snow, jungle, and synthwave, and space. I said and twice. If you complete all of the stages, regardless of the score that you get, if you complete all of the stages, you unlock a new world, which is called Retro, and it looks like a Super Nintendo game, and it's all pixely. And those are 15 new stages, 15 new unique puzzles. And then, if you beat every single stage with 3 stars, which means you don't take damage. So that's all the worlds, all the stages, don't take any damage. It unlocks pixel mode, and pixel mode looks like a Game Boy. It's green scale, it's only got 4 colors, but it is 15 new stages again. So you unlock a new world with 15 new stages if you get all 3 stars. And it's just a funny gimmick that it looks like a Game Boy game, and actually the challenge is it's kind of hard to see. And that restricts the game to only 3 colors. So you can tell, what balls are which. I was talking to Elkin Fencer about it, but yes, I know some people can talk on Atari VCS Discord. I usually do be on Atari Discord. I'm on there as well, just chatting and hearing from other people that actually like the VCS. I really like the console. I want to show you some jump ramps. We've got some sick jumps here. Alright, I think this is one of the stages that teaches you about gates and keys. So you can see there's a gate up there. So I just want to grab the keys. It's kind of... This is a stage that doesn't punish you for getting it wrong. It gives you a chance to learn. Got my key there. You have to angle your shot. Dang it. Alright, got it. Ooh. Alright, I got my keys. Okay, the gates are down. Alright. So I need to get rid of the steel balls here. You can hit the small balls into the Clasherball. I went straight into that. I'm gonna die! I'm down to my last star here. Oh! I got trapped between 3 steel balls. That's life, isn't it? Okay. Is there anything else you guys want to see? Oh, you know what I can show you? I'm trying to open... I'm looking, like, if you're off to the side, I'm getting the PS Vita version of this game ready. Unity keeps crashing and it's not opening the game. I'm trying to figure out what the deal is with that. What's the deal? What's the deal with that? Let me see if there's anything else here I can show you. Green Retro Man. Oh, hi. How are you? Good to see you. Yes, so I've started the submission process to bring this to the Nintendo Switch. It will be on Steam, Atari VCS, and PS Vita. And the PS Vita version is free. I haven't shown much of the snow stages. I'll just pick a random snow stage and I'll see if I get a cool gimmick. Have you played Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games? I kind of have a soft spot for those games. I like those kind of weird games, yeah. I played them. I also played their recent, like they did like the mobile games as well. I didn't really like that. It wasn't fun. This is a stage gimmick that tries to murder you. So it's fun because not only now are you avoiding the clashed balls, there are buzzsaws that are trying to make you dead. Oh! And then, of course, all the base levels are unlocked from the beginning, so if there's one that is irritating you, you can skip it. Just go to the next one. Here we go. Some nice big snowballs. This is fun. This is fun. There's nothing weird about this gimmick. It's not here to make your life worse. They're just snowballs. It's winter time, man. Enjoy the winter. Big snowballs. That's what it's all about. Whereas many of the other gimmicks kind of ruin your life in some way. This gimmick is just kind of fun, They just kind of get in your way a little bit. I know sometimes some indie games do not get announced on Atari VCS Twitter account, and sometimes it gets announced on Atari VCS Discord on Dev Showcase. It's tough, sort of raising awareness and getting attention for your game is the hardest part. Making the game is the easiest part. And getting attention for it and getting people to not just look at it, but to also buy it is the hardest part. And it's the most important part, unfortunately. And it's tough if you don't have resources for that. It's really tough. Okay, I think that's it. I think I'm good. Oh, there was a green ball hiding. We can use it normal shot. I'm going to move out of the way, not get hit. Oh, yes, they all went forward that time. Nice. Yes, there's a heap of puzzles. There's infinite mode. And again, on the Atari VCS, I want to make it to where you can use the rotating joystick. Let me see if there's anything else I can show you guys as well. Is this game concept complete, or will you be making any more adjustments? This game is done. It's totally finished. It's undergone a lot of testing, a lot of adjusting, a lot of fine-tuning. This is exactly what I want the game to be. This is it. It's ready to go. And any kind of requests and adjustments, any new features, are things that I would consider for a sequel. This game is exactly what I think it needs to be. But I need to understand how people play the game. I need to understand how they engage with it before I do a two-player versus mode, which is something I would like for a sequel. Let me see if there's anything I can show you. I think I can show you a little bit of this. I need a second controller, and I don't have one. That's right, debug mode lets me run this in two players. So this is an old build. So this is pretty early in development. This game is much farther along in development. So this is a 6-player arena battle game. So there's going to be a couple different modes. Oh, I'm controlling a couple other players simultaneously. Of course, it's a development build. It's early on. So this is Sweet Abominations. And actually, I've worked on this on stream, and I've shown people how much farther along it is in development. So these are all different animals and inanimate objects. These white sticks that you see are placeholder graphics that I used during development. So what you do is that the first 30 seconds of a match, you have to assimilate as many animals and as many inanimate objects as you can. And when you absorb them into your body, they become part of your abomination, which is your playable character. So you need to try and get as many things as you can. It is physics-based, so your abomination has a weird body shape that can affect how it moves. I've not done a good job of picking things up. But you can see as you assimilate animals and objects, it does increase your stats, and then they'll become a part of your body. Right now, these are placeholder graphics, but if you were there on the live stream, you can go back and watch the live stream as well. is animals, their body parts will be sticking out of your body, and then you have to mash the buttons to figure out what everything does. The appeal of this is nobody knows what their character is, and to me it's a way to create a game that is the opposite of high proficiency games. You know, we have so many fighting games where people get so proficient at it that you go over to a friend's house to play the game, but they're so good at it that it's not really fun to play against them. And this game is meant to be the opposite, where everyone is equal footing. You have no idea what your character does. You don't know what your body parts do. And everyone's equal footing. So it doesn't matter if someone's really good at this game or not. And it comes down to assimilating the right parts, because you start to learn what the various body parts do. Certain animal body parts will boost your stats a certain way. They'll have a certain attack. And you can see, you eventually, by button mashing, you figure out what each body part does. Every button on the controller corresponds to one of the buttons, or one of your body parts. I'm controlling all three characters at once, so I can't actually make the characters get close to each other because it's moving all the characters in the same direction. Yeah, and this is it. This is Sweet Abominations. Obviously, it's going to look much more interesting once the actual body parts are on there. Again, this is a development build with placeholder graphics. And where the sweet part of Sweet Abominations is, yeah, it's pretty sweet. Well, it's like, you know, you make, the abomination you made is totally sweet, you know? It's a sweet abomination. Clasherball 2 Dingleberries and a core gimmick is 2 players. Yeah, so this is Sweet Abomination. I can show you a little bit of that. I've removed a number of the development builds of other games I was working on, so I can't show you those at the moment. I want to know why Unity is not opening my game and it is just crashing. Continue. This happens often. Yeah, so this is Sweet Abominations. Just a fun, simple arena battler. Thanks for sharing the beta sneak peek of also this other indie game. This one's going to come to the VCS as well. This looks cool, like a Mario Party minigame. Yeah, exactly. It's like a Mario Party sort of appeal. Just meant to be fun and engaging, and people can jump in. So this is an early build, so it doesn't actually go back to it. I was working on it on stream the other day, and we showed people like guitar necks. I said guitar instead of giraffe. Giraffe necks, and buzzsaws coming out of them, and it's just fun, Let me see what else I can show you here. I'll go back to Clasherball. I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about. So yeah, I'm currently in the process of getting Clasherball ready to launch. Oop. So I've started the submission process. With Nintendo. I'm learning the submission process for Steam today, and I'm learning the submission process for Atari VCS as well. I'm also preparing the PS Vita version, so there we go. Hopefully this will be ready soon. I don't know why Unity keeps crashing here. I'm not sure what to do about this. I'm just going to keep trying to open it and see if it works eventually. I like having this a simple pickup and play co-op games on Switch for when I might need one to play with my cousins. I really like those kinds of games as well. I'm such a huge fan of couch co-op. They're probably my favorite games because I can invite someone over and just play a game for a while, So I can show you some more things from Synthwave. Oh, know what? What if I think I have to delete the library folder? I think that's what the deal is here. Let's go ahead and open that. Okay, let's try that. All right. Oh, this stage is tough. I don't know if I want to... I did it. You have to knock the 3 neon balls into each other. Again, if you leave one neon ball, then you fail the mission because a neon ball can't destroy itself. I mean, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? As we all know, common knowledge, neon balls cannot destroy themselves. I did not curve that well at all. I'm not sure why it's making that sound, which is fun. That's a fun noise, isn't it? Ooh. Alright, now I can say my indie developer friend work at Nintendo. Oh yeah, sure, and your uncle works at Nintendo too, right? Damn, Clasherball has a killer menu. Thanks. I want to start doing more and more interesting game menus. And the reason why in the past my game menus have been really, I would say reserved, is because Unity leaks memory from animated menus. Every time you need to change something on the menu, Unity leaks memory. On newer platforms, it's not a big deal, but I worked so long on older platforms that it was so frustrating that it affected how I designed my games. So I couldn't have nice menus, I couldn't have animated menus. And unfortunately it resulted in a lot of people saying that I was a bad developer, that I was bad at making menus, and that my games look too simple, there's no polish in the menus. Well, you can have polish in the menus, but it's going to leak memory and it can cause your game to crash, because that's just how Unity's UI is. And you see people complain about Unity's UI all the time, and they are absolutely warranted in that, because there's problems. It's got problems, you know? It's functional, you know? But even things like fading in and out leaks memory in Unity. You know, I don't want to complain about it and just be negative about it all the time. Though. So those are floating gravity wells. You just gotta knock them out. No! Ooh, okay, the gravity well. See, the gravity well saved me there. So you gotta knock them out using the ramps, and then this gravity well will allow you to not touch those bombs. If I touch the bombs, of course, it is an immediate game over. Oh, genuine question. If I buy the game with Nintendo coins, do you get any monetized back? I don't know. I don't know. And it's not something I worry about. You know, that kind of thing doesn't really... It's probably why... I know it's part of the reason why I'm not... hugely financially, you know, I don't focus on the financial side, which is bad. And, you know, like, I don't like the financial side of it. Like, you guys having to give me money for the games is not something that I enjoy. And it's probably why I'm not more financially successful as a developer, is because I don't prioritize that stuff. And on the opposite side of it, I actually, like, my philosophy just makes me work against it, and that's contributed to why I'm not doing so well in terms of financially, is I don't focus on that. I really don't like that side of the job, but it is a part of the job, and I need to start focusing on it more. Is just, you know, earning money and making a product and marketing the product and dealing with people in a way that would earn more money. So unfortunately I'm approaching this too much as a hippie, as like a free-spirited hippie, to make tons of money as a game developer, and I'm just going to accept that, you know. I'm not cutthroat and vicious enough to be like hugely successful financially, and I'm fine with that, you know. That one's floating up in the air, you gotta knock that one out. Ah, it's kind of satisfying. Are there any workarounds for that? Workarounds for what? It's because I want to help you get some money, because I want to help you. I really appreciate that, you know. And again, I keep saying, like, I hate the money side of things. And even if you can't support my games, like, I do what I can to distribute my games for free, you know, where I can, and give people copies of the games if they can't, you know, pick them up. But a huge help is telling other people about my games. if you ask content creators to look at my games, that is an enormous help. That is huge, because when content creators, like, if they, focus on a certain kind of game, and if their content is they play a game and then they share it with their audience, if they think their audience would like the game, that is what allows me to build an audience. That is what allows me to get sales. And if you ask your content creators that you like, if you ask them to look at my games, that is what really helps. It's such a huge help. And it's been ineffective for me to go to content creators and ask, because it's irritating for them, because content creators get hundreds of people all the time asking them, hey, look at my game, feature my game on your channel. So I know that it's irritating for them. And I haven't been very successful in that, in asking content creators to look at my game, because I know that they've already got so much stuff to do, and they need to focus on what the algorithm will reward them. It's brutal that if content creators create one video that doesn't perform well, then the algorithm will punish them, for a long time. It's tough. It's brutal, and I don't blame content creators for that. That's just how the algorithm works. That's marketing and advertising. And it sucks that content creators are penalized. They're not just penalized, but they're brutalized for making a video that they want but doesn't perform well. And it really sucks. And that is affecting, what content creators will cover. I need to clear up some space here. This one's fun because the jump ramp is actually this round cone, and so you have to curve your shot just right in order to hit that. I'm not doing it right. And the gravity well can actually mess up your shot. Oh, I thought I had that one. I think that the purple thing's getting in the way, I think. Oh, that one was going to be right. Ow. Okay, get those out of the way. I need to get these out of the way as well. Oh, I should have knocked out that yellow one over there. Oh man, if I could just get it right. Come on. Got it, okay. Oh, you have to, more of an angle. Okay, there we go. Okay. The other one should be the same then. Right here. Oops, missed it. It's a lot easier if you use a different color and you knock it out first. Dang it, I'm doing so poorly. Good jump. I should have knocked it out with a different color. But I had that. Oh my, I'm embarrassing myself on live stream playing my own video game. I'm embarrassing myself. I just want to hit it. I'm just doing the angle wrong. Ow. This is embarrassing. I am embarrassing myself right now. This is bad. Do I skip it? I'm not getting the angle right. I'm embarrassing myself. How do I approach it from the other side? Bastard. I did the other side. I'm embarrassing myself. And you know what? If a stage irritates you, you can skip it. They're all available from the word go. You're touching the ball. What is happening? It's actually going underneath it. I'm not getting the angle right. That stage, it's actually designed. It's more designed for you to use a ball of a different color to knock it out of position in the first place. So, Goldbusters is a platformer on Switch. Yes. That's one of my favorite ones that I've made. I think it's just so fun. Do you make 2D games? Yes. Oh, great. Hey, everyone. Oh, I didn't realize there were 17 people here. It's good to see you all. Thanks for coming to hang out. This is my new game that's finished. It's coming out soon. It's called Clasherball. You can see it's got a lot of fun gimmicks. It's technically like a color matching game. but it's also an action game because you have to avoid getting hit once the balls clash. You can see they can damage you. And then there's a whole massive range of unique gimmicks. So it's not just a color matching game, there's a lot of different unique mechanics per level as well. And again, my favorite one to share with people is the, I really like the space stages. I'll just randomly pick some and show you. Oh, this one's a boring normal one. The secret final boss is a square. That would be hilarious. And then you can't roll it, obviously, because it's a square. It's hard to interact with it. Clasher Cube. Whoa, spin-off sister series, Clasher Cube. So this is a stage that teaches you that asteroids cannot be destroyed by clashing, but you can launch a missile. So if you touch that, you get a missile, and you can launch the missile, and the missile can destroy the asteroids. Alright, let me go ahead and grab that missile. Oops, messed up. Got it. Okay, now I'll just shoot this asteroid. Okay, I shot the missile at the asteroid. Nice. Oh, no. Ah, I was too slow. Do you make your art? Yeah, I make everything myself in these games. There are certain situations where I'll buy certain assets from artists who specialize in making something like when it comes to foliage. Like for example, for my games that look realistic, for my realistic-looking Silver Falls games, I'll buy foliage assets from artists who specialize in making them realistic. That's not something I specialize in, and I wouldn't be able to make realistic-looking foliage in a reasonable amount of time, and so I don't make things like foliage. I don't make that myself. But anything that is important to the unique identity of my games, the music, the visuals, all that stuff I create myself. And this is a fun one. It just sort of mixes it up a little bit because now you have to curve your shot. You can't just access the missiles easily. I'm trying to. I didn't want to touch the buzzsaw. Okay, curve it. I didn't curve it right. I curved it bad. Can you just move out of the way so I can try again? Oh! If you touch a ball with your launcher, then you can nudge it. Already got one. Let's see. I'm just going to go right at point blank. I'm going to shoot this point blank. There we go. Avoid the buzzsaws. Here we go. Wow. Ah! I got the missile and I wasted it! I wasted it! Why? Why? I'm genuinely frustrated. I got a missile just then and wasted it. Okay. Just gotta avoid the buzzsaws. Bust the last. Arrgh! Okay. I'm gonna get hit if I hit this point blank, huh? Nope. Out of the way. Cool. Awesome. Now if I just don't get hit by the buzzsaws, just this last blue balls. Get rid of the blue balls. Whoa! That one's drifting. Did you guys see that? It's drifting. Oh, man! That thing's out for blood! I got distracted because that thing tried to kill me. It's out for blood. Okay. Okay, don't get hit. Don't get hit. Okay, we're good. We're good. This is the joy of physics-based games, that stuff like that can happen. You can roll a 6-sided die. You absolutely can. Stop making Pop upset. Pop was pretty upset with me getting hurt just then. Green Richmond, I make animations and would like to collaborate with you. Hey, that's great. Unfortunately, I don't do collaborations. I don't work with other artists and developers for my projects. And the reason being is I've done that in the past a lot for years, and in every single situation it resulted in projects ending up in development hell. And that's because I can't pay someone's full wage. And if you can't pay someone's full wage, there is no way that they will be able to stay on a project and stay motivated and keep working. And even when you are paying people, like, they can drop off and their enthusiasm for a project will just naturally wane. and your project will end up in development hell and not be able to complete. And so that's why I don't work with other artists and developers, is because I've had too many projects, dozens of them die. They get, you know, a decent way in, and then they die because I'm stuck waiting for someone, even when I've paid them, you know. I wasn't able to keep them working on a project. And, you know, your chances of doing that are much higher if you can pay them a full-time living wage, but I can't do that. And it's not fair to expect that from someone either as well. And so I really appreciate that, I really do, that you're offering to collaborate, but it's not something that has worked for me in the past. And by working on my own, I'm able to make my games all the way to completion. They get finished, I ship them, and the only cause of delays is me, and I can manage myself. I have full control over what I'm doing, so that means if a game ends up in development hell, at least I can do something about it. But if a game is in development hell because an artist that you're working with, you know, is busy with life and they aren't able to spend time working on your game, there's nothing you can do about that. You cannot manage that. Do you guys remember Klonoa? Oh yeah, absolutely. Klonoa's awesome. I don't want to get killed by that. I'm going to shoot to the right here. I'm going to curve my shot. No! Oof. The game is cursed. The game is cursed is out of blood. That buzzsaw was cursed though, absolutely. But I would like to see your work. You know, if you'd like to share it, we have a Discord, and you can, you know, people often share their artwork and their projects there. You know, I do like to hear about those things, and I like to see what you're working on. What if I bounce it? You know, like I bounce it. I can't get that angle now. I could have, and I ruined it. That sucks. Wish you could find a reliable partner. It's tough, you know. And when people, you know, they have things going on in their life as well that can stop development in its tracks. You know, not necessarily because, you know, they don't want to work on something, because they have other responsibilities. Oh, this is the timer stage. Let me see if I can do it first go. Let me see if I can ace this. I've already messed up badly. I got my first missile. Okay, gotta get my second missile. Second missile. Oh, I got it. Okay, I'll destroy this one. Okay. You have to pop these red ones. Please die, please die, please die! No! Oh, that was close. Okay, last one is this red one. If I don't mess this up, I'll get it first go. Piece. I did it. That stage, if you don't do that fast enough, then the gravity well will take the missile into the bomb, and then it's a game over. This one's fun. I thought this would be like a little shooting gallery. Oop. Hey, Nukathis, good to see you. I really thought that with the list of voice sample requests you sent out recently, they just feel a bit off. You're great overall lore and general stories, but the details could use work. Well, let's see here. It's the dialogue for Galaxy Drifters is meant to sound like it was mistranslated. So it's meant to sound like it was written with very specific lore in mind, and then it feels clunky and it feels like it was mistranslated in a way, so it feels uncanny in a certain way. And so it's not that, oh, you know, I didn't do a good job, I didn't put effort into the dialogue and the writing. I put probably too much effort into it, because I wrote the dialogue how I would write good dialogue first for Galaxy Drifters, and then I rewrote it again to make it sound like it was mistranslated. And the reason being is part of the appeal of Galaxy Drifters, to go along with the visual style. It's meant to look like a computer game from the 90s, and I want to make it feel like it was like a Japanese game maybe that was translated into English and they didn't do a good job. And there is such a charm to that. There is a charm to games that weren't well translated and there's a charm to when the voice actors are reading it and they didn't receive a lot of direction, and it sounds like the voice actors aren't even sure what they're talking about. That is intentional with Galaxy Drifter, so it's not that I didn't put effort into it. If you think that it sounds wonky and janky in a way, then I've done what I set out to do. I've accomplished what I set out to do with Galaxy Drifter. It's not meant to be this big, poetic, novelesque story. It's not narratively driven. The dialogue bits are just their insight into the lore of the world in which the game takes place. But it's not narratively driven. And I'm certain that when the game is out, and people see it all come together, they'll understand what I was aiming for with Galaxy Drifter. I think they'll get the appeal. Once they see the whole package, they see the whole thing functioning and flowing, and they can play it themselves, I think you'll understand it. Hey, Technojade, good to see you. FF7 was originally translated by one person. Who did it? It wasn't Ted Woolsey, was he? Ted Woolsey did FF6, though. Edit Universe 75. I'm absolutely charmed by things like Silent Hill 2. They're remembered precisely for their stilted dialogue, and the surrealty adds to the horror. Lover of old games appreciate this kind of thing. Absolutely. And if the dialogue in Galaxy Drifter feels unsettling and uncomfortable, that's part of what's going on with Galaxy Drifter. This is why also I'm working on other games as well, is that with Silver Falls I don't really want to spoil what it's about and the content of the games, whereas with other games I don't really mind discussing it. So with Galaxy Drifter, it takes place in the future where humans are extinct, and you get bits and pieces of that from the dialogue and from the playable minigames that's in Galaxy Drifter. Is humans are extinct, and they were sort of viewed negatively by other alien races as being too emotionally driven, like emotions were like a weakness, and that they let emotions take too much part in their decision-making process, and so aliens kind of feel like, that's why the humans went extinct. They're just too emotional, and they didn't view things logically, sort of. And that's part of the story, is that these alien creatures, they're not supposed to sound and talk like humans. The things they say are supposed to feel unsettling, because you are a human. You expect people to communicate and talk a certain way, and I wanted these creatures to all feel like they weren't human. And in a way, the things they say are meant to be a little unsettling, and not like I'm an evil space creature. Not that way, but uncanny in a way where it's like, a human wouldn't say that, Unreal Engine, this is Unity. I'm still learning Unreal, but it's going to take a long time before I can actually ship a game with Unreal. Okay, I have yellow. I've got one green one left. Okay, go in there. I curve. Oh, you see me curve that? Okay. Dang. I really stuffed that up. See, this is a simple concept, right? This sort of shooting gallery thing, and it's a stage that seems simple, but it's a concept that, if you aren't careful, it's really challenging. And it's just a lot about spacing and timing and whatnot. Every stage, some stages are just color matching stages just for fun, and then other ones have this really fun gimmick like that. And then if you get stuck and you don't like the stage, just skip to the next one. The background clashes. The music's meant to sound like Sonic the Hedgehog. Do you plan to release any games to GOG? I don't know what that is. Hey, Air Brandon, good to see you. Thanks for coming to hang out. Let's go to... I haven't showed much of Jungle, have I? I'll just randomly pick something. So will we get an all your base are belong to us level of dialogue? No, I don't aim for that kind of thing. Like with Galaxy Drifter, I wanted it to translate not where it's wrong like that, but where it feels like something was lost in translation. Alright, this is a stage that teaches you about the Clasherball to destroy the steel balls. The only way to destroy a steel ball is with a Clasherball, naturally. So you just got to kind of guide the Clasherball over. Let's see if I can angle that. Okay, got to get these two to touch. Oops. Oop. And the other balls are all one color, so you don't need to worry about it. You know, you can clean up later. The challenge is getting the steel ball to crush the steel, the Clasherball to crush the steel balls. I'm saying ball so many times. I've never said balls so many times in my life. Come on, okay, just hit it. Go, 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 go! No! This, the one on the side pushed it. You jerk. You jerk. Okay. Go, 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 go. Okay. Whoa. Clasherball, go up. Clasherball, go up. Okay. That one's gonna divert it. Go, go, go! Got him. We got him. Ow! Look, if I don't get hit, I'll be fine. Oh, I messed that up terribly. Okay, don't get hit, don't get hit. Yes! It's the ball live stream first. This music is giving me a Super Nintendo vibe. This music, I used the Donkey Kong sound font. And because it's a jungle, I wanted to give it that sort of jungle vibe. So, yeah, I'm glad you're picking up the Super Nintendo vibe from that. I'll show you the Snow World. I actually used Link to the Past. So for the snow music is a Link to the Past sound font. Was definitely getting some Sonic 3 and Knuckles vibe from the soundtrack. Nice! I'm glad to hear that. Sound off in the chat. Which game is better, Sonic 3 or Sonic and Knuckles? I don't know if I'm gonna lose some friends here. I'm gonna say that I like Sonic and Knuckles better. And that's because Sonic and Knuckles can plug into the other games, and it's got my favorite, well, my second favorite character, Knuckles. Ooh. Well, let me read that. I missed it. I missed it. Sorry. This looks like a tough level to play and talk at the same time. I think puzzle games, when you have to do the Rain Man thing and you can see like the numbers in your head, it's hard to talk to people and read the chat and then do the level at the same time. You think that, okay, hold on. You think the game would fit in on Good Old Games? I should look that up. I heard that the Atari VCS doesn't support Unreal Engine, but I don't know. I don't know. I would have to investigate that. Haven't said balls this many times since that night in 2009. Saw some of your vids. Nice to catch a stream. Hey, it's great to hang out. You know, I really enjoy hearing from people and just talking about whatever. You know, one of my previous videos talking about not being able to make Silver Falls was a little on the negative side, so I've unlisted it. Yeah, and I got negative comments that, you know, made me realize I was just too negative and I wasn't very clear in that video, you know. And people thought I was blaming content creators for my Silver Falls games not selling well on the Switch, when I was actually doing the opposite, and I was giving credit to content creators for the success that I did find on 3DS and Wii U. And I didn't make it very clear, so people got mad at me, they were calling me names, and they were insulting my ability to develop games because I was blaming other people. And it was a shock to me because I was giving credit to content creators, and I was trying to make it clear, if you're an indie developer and you don't have marketing funding, you need content creators. You need people that fit your niche, that will share your game with your with an audience and allow you to grow an audience. Because if you do not have that, you will not grow an audience on your own. And I thought I made it pretty clear in the video, but instead people said that I was blaming content creators for not playing my games. So I've delisted the video because it just it's ended up sounding too negative and I didn't get my message across. The idea of plugging in the 3-cart was mind-blowing to me. It still is mind-blowing to me. I think it's the coolest thing in the world. It's partly what inspired the code linker system for 3 down stars. I grew up absolutely, I wouldn't say obsessed, but I was so, my imagination was just set on fire by the Sonic and Knuckles situation where you could, you know, whoa, Knuckles can be in Sonic 2, he can be in Sonic 3. That's partly what inspired Code Linker in Silver Falls, which allows playable characters to cross over from one Silver Falls game into another. Ow, ow. Ah. So the only real answer is Sonic 3 and Knuckles, as connecting Sonic and Knuckles to 3 essentially gives us the game as intended. I think that's the right answer. That's the good timeline, right answer. If you are a Splatoon fan, those are the kind of decisions you have to make. Choosing between Sonic 3 and Sonic Knuckles is like choosing between chocolate and strawberry ice cream. Put them together. Put them together. I think a lot of people don't think about this, you know. I think about this because I'm a man of culture and I'm very smart and I'm a big special boy and I think about, you know, big smart things. Is that you can go to the store and you can buy the chocolate syrup that turns into the hard shell topping. You can put that onto your ice cream right now. You can go to the store, you can buy your ice cream if you don't have it, you can buy the chocolate stuff that turns into a hard chocolate shell. You can do that right now. And those are the kind of things that I think about because I'm such a smart, big cultured man. Obviously I'm being sarcastic, but I was thinking about it the other night, and I was thinking, wait, why don't I have that? Why aren't I having ice cream with a chocolate shell on it? It's so available. It's so nice. Why aren't I having it right now? Do you guys ever had that one emo shadow game in your life? What game is that? I'm not sure what game that is. It was the only game where I can play Super Tails. Need more Super Tails. Tails is my favorite Sonic character. I like the underdog aspect. I like that he's Sonic's best buddy. I like that he's immortal and he cannot die and he's cursed to an undying existence where one day his best friends will all die of old age and he will respawn as the 3-year-old fox that he is, and he's just going to have to make peace with that. I love that sort of existential dilemma that Tails has to face, that Sonic will never have to suffer, and that's why Tails is my favorite character. Also, he can fly, and he can carry Sonic around. That's partly why I like him, but it's more like the existential crisis of why I like Tails. I also don't get why some people are immature when you did make it clear that about the Silver Falls games. Here's the, I don't blame people, you know, for having negative reactions online, because communication is such a difficult, complicated thing. You can say something and think you're very clear about it, and people can see it as the totally opposite thing. So I don't, you know, I don't lash back. I don't believe in spreading the negativity, and I understand that with my games. You know, when I make my games, especially like the Silver Falls games are weird. That's just how it is, you know. And I do know that people are going to misunderstand them, and they're going to think, you know, they're bad or you know, poorly made for different reasons, and they're not going to understand the point of the games. And you just have to accept that. You have to understand that people are just going to misunderstand things sometimes, and that's just how it is. You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Life is like that, you know. I think it's great that we can communicate in so many different ways, and the fact that there is nuance to communication is what makes storytelling so fun and interesting. Hardened chocolate sauce is plug and play like Sonic and Knuckles. Yes, I've never thought about it that way, but like the chocolate syrup that hardens on ice cream is the same thing as Sonic and Knuckles in Sonic 3. Because Sonic 3 is the ice cream. Wait, no, Sonic and Knuckles is the ice cream. And then Sonic 3 is the chocolate syrup that hardens into a chocolate shell because you put that on top. And now you have ice cream the way it was meant to be experienced. The same way that Sonic 3 was meant to be experienced. So guys, I think I've learned something today. Stop talking, I'm going to be sad for dinner. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I think about Tails will live forever. Can you imagine, like, Sonic's going to be on his deathbed, right? Let me put on some sad music real quick. One day, Sonic will have run his last race. Robotnik will have been dead, for about 20 years at this point. And Sonic the Hedgehog will be in his deathbed. And he's blind at this point, He can't see anymore. It's been such a long time since he's felt the wind on his face. And he says to Tails, Tails, I want to feel the wind on my face one more time. I want to smell the grass. I want to feel the sunlight. And Tails can't bring himself, he has to make sure that he doesn't cry because he knows that Sonic will know. And so Tails says, yeah, buddy. And so Tails picks up his best buddy out of his deathbed and he brings him outside to green emerald zone. And he holds his buddy's hand and he starts flapping his tails. And he picks up Sonic by his hands and he flies up. And he can see Sonic smiling even though he's holding him from above. And he flies faster than he's ever flown. And he's flying higher than he's ever flown. And Tails knows that there's a time limit. He can only fly for so long before he has to drop back down. But he knows, no, I'm doing it for Sonic. I have to do it for Sonic. And so despite the fact that his muscles burn and he can't fly anymore, he keeps going higher and higher and higher and faster. And all he hears is 2 words from Sonic. Thank you. And then Sonic slips away at that point. But Tails is the same age that he's always been. Tails is the same age when he first met Sonic because he's immortal. And that's my fanfic of how Tails, unfortunately, has to be an undying immortal being while his best friends have to die of old age. Okay, I guess I'll be putting that on my Tumblr page. That's my Tumblr fanfic. Please don't steal. And here's what the hell? Bro, write that down. I'll put it on my Tumblr page. I'll make a Tumblr page for it. And I hope you enjoyed. And that's my Sonic fanfic. Goodbye, Sonic. Sega needs to hire you. I think it's no secret that I love Sonic the Hedgehog. I love Sonic. I've never made an OC, but I do enjoy a good Sonic game. I grew up with them. I'm crazy about Sonic. But never made an OC though. I do have the hat. I got the hat. I started playing Sonic Adventure 1 yesterday. Not yesterday, a couple days ago. I've never played it because I never had a Dreamcast until a couple days ago. How come Tails doesn't age? So, canonically, obviously he's a normal being who does age, but in the context of the Sonic 2 and 3, Tails doesn't die. Every time, the things that kill Sonic do not affect Tails. Tails just respawns. He doesn't die. And so, I am taking that and I'm removing the ludonarrative dissonance. There's ludonarrative dissonance in the fact that Tails should die. The things in the games that should kill Tails do not kill him. He just keeps coming back. And so I just kind of think it's funny that he can't die. And I think it's sad. Sonic Adventure 1 is amazing. I want to play the Chow Garden. I'm getting some rechargeable batteries for the VMU because I heard from people that you'll only get like 2 weeks out of a VMU. So I'm going to get some rechargeable batteries for that. I've heard about Chows for like 24 years. I've heard about the Chows and I've never played them once. So yeah, I want to play the Chow Garden. Damn, that got real so fast. Tails is the one who dies in the bad ending of Sonic 2 Game Gear. Really? Whoa. I didn't know that had multiple endings. That's really cool. But that is only if you're playing with Sonic. You can play with Tails, and if you do, he does die. When I played Sonic 2, I liked picking Tails by himself because he was cool. I liked his design. I liked his animation. I loved how his little head bobbed around. Should we clip Goodbye Sonic? Should we clip that and just make it a standalone 1-minute video? I feel like I'm a big Meat Canyon fan. I really respect Meat Canyon's storytelling. I feel like Goodbye Sonic, like that it feels like the kind of story they would animate, Once in a while, Meat Canyon will do something that's just beautiful. They won't have anything that's visually upsetting. They'll just do something beautiful, And I feel like that's the kind of story they would have done for something beautiful. I think the first level of Sonic Adventure is the best level of all time. Is that the one with the whale? Am I thinking of that? Or are you thinking of where... Because technically, the introduction level is where you fight Chaos, right? Is that his name? Chaos? The blue guy? I'm so new to Sonic Adventure. I must be ruining it for everyone. But again, this is my first time playing it. It absolutely should be a clip. Good to see you, Doom Marine. I got Sonic Superstars for my late Christmas gift on March this year, but I haven't played it yet. But I will. I really like Sonic Superstars. I do not like how heavy-handed the monetization is in terms of... it's constantly in your face about buying alternate outfits for the characters and whatnot. It's off-putting to me, but I really like the game. It's fun. I can understand why people don't like it. They feel that it's rough, and it's, it's nowhere near as good as Mario Wonder. But it doesn't have to be. It just needs to be its own thing. And it is its own thing, and I really enjoy it for what it is. But I just don't like the monetization, how heavy-handed it is. Tails carries. That's all with the whale. There are some that love Sonic Superstars, think it's a good Sonic game, and some don't like Superstars. Yeah, I've heard more negative things about it, and that's totally fine. It's funny because there's so many games that I really like, and I don't want a game to be perfect. So many reviews that I see online and the way that people talk about games, they're angry because the game isn't perfect, and they want, I want the game to be perfect, I want it to be more polished. But for me, I've never wanted that from a game. The most important thing to me is the experience of the game. What is my experience of the game? What did the game make me feel, and did I enjoy it, and what about the experience did I enjoy? And to me, that is what a game is about, is creating an experience. And the fact that it seems like our current culture doesn't care about the experience. The current culture for games right now is people expect a game to be technically perfect, and that's what they want. And it bums me out a bit that we're judging games that I think are very fun and they're worth playing, but because they aren't perfect, people just say that they're not worth experiencing. And that's where culture is. There's nothing you can do about it, really. You're just going to have to find a way to cope with it. Sonic Superstars was a disappointment. I can see why people are disappointed with it. I can see why people want more. And for me, I don't play many games, so I really had fun. I didn't play the whole thing. I played like 4 or 5 levels, and I had a lot of fun. Have you guys played the Wii Sonic game? Are you talking about Black Knight? There are better Sonic fan games than Superstar was. Oh yeah, there's no arguing that. And that's because fans can make something entirely out of passion. They know what they want out of a Sonic game. They don't have a committee telling them what to do. And they don't have a CEO telling them, hey, we need some way to earn more money out of this. You got to put monetization in there, which means you make design considerations. You need to make room for monetization. And that's going to always influence modern gaming at this point. I mean, if I'm being honest, Sonic Superstars sounded like Mania 2. I think that where that's went wrong, they should not have made it they should not have advertised Superstars like it was going to be a Mania follow-up, because it's not a Mania follow-up. And, you know, I think to be totally fair, you need the original team, especially Christian Whitehead, who did Mania, and everyone else that worked on it. They absolutely need to be part of a game. If you're going to market a game as if it is the follow-up to Mania, you need the people that worked on Mania. And I believe that games and art in general cannot be measured empirically. X amount of flaws or lack thereof is not how you assess the worth of art. That's so well put. I would not have been able to say that any better myself. That's so succinctly stated. Well, that's why most say can't please everyone. Yeah, you can't. And if you try, you're going to end up with some generic garbage if you try to please everyone. Secret Rings is amazing. Is that something I should look for? I'm sure I've seen that in shops around here. Wii games are pretty cheap here. Secret Rings minigames are fun. I'm a big fan of minigames. Love the minigames. Black Knight is not as good, but damn does it. Why did I bleep out the word God as if I'm going to upset someone? I'm going to read your comment verbatim. Black Knight is not as good, but goddamn does it has an amazing soundtrack and plenty of good graphics for a Wii game. All of that stuff contributes to the experience. It doesn't matter that a game is technically flawed, that it isn't perfect, that it lacks AAA polish. What matters is the experience you have with that game. And the music, the way the story is presented, the story itself, the characters, the attitude, the personality, the vibe. To me, that's what matters. Ooh. I still play and replay Sonic Rings and Black Knight to this day. My Wii laser has stopped working. It doesn't read discs, so I can only put Homebrew on there. I've been thinking about Wii's are so cheap. I should just buy one, and then do a swap, an optical drive, the disc drive swap. And I got that Wii for Christmas one year, so it has sentimental value. So I don't want to replace that Wii. Oh, that was clutch! Don't mess it up. Gravity Well for the win. I think people put way too much emphasis on story in Sonic games. I don't think it really is that important in my opinion. I don't think it's that important either. Maybe I'm old and out of touch, but to me the appeal of Sonic games was the vibe. It's the feeling you get when playing a Sonic game is the most important thing. The polish doesn't really factor into that. You know, and obviously there are experiences, you know, like Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, those are extremely polished. But outside of that, the vibe of the game is what makes it so satisfying to play. Sonic Adventure games have an absolute vibe to them. And that's what I enjoy. This is a fun stage. When I got to this point, it was kind of like, what's some kind of weird fun thing I can make, right? Okay, so it's combining a couple things that I did in previous stages. You have this missile, right? And you have the asteroids, and you have the shooting gallery kind of thing, but now you have to time the missiles. Oops, I messed it up. You time the missiles. Come on. But also, those colored balls are in the way, and this is the only time you see balls stacked up like that. So you can see, oh, it pushed it. That was lucky. So you can either try to get the stage to push it for you, or you can bust the colors first to clear the path. There we go. I'll grab another missile now. My timing was off. It was off twice in a row. So yeah, there's no time limit, of course. So this kind of thing, I think, is just chill. I think it's just a fun vibe. I think that was kind of exciting getting there. Do you have a laser gun in a Wii? Okay, my terminology was off. I need to replace my Wii's laser. I'll go to some chill vibes. Let's see what snow's on now. I love my '06 Sonic soap operas. I've never played Sonic '06. Should I? Should I play Sonic '06? Your Wii laser stopped reading discs too, but Wii is homebrewed. Nice, nice. This game has a very meditative quality. I'm kind of hoping people find their own reasons to enjoy this game. Here's what's so exciting about making a game. I think it's the same for when someone makes a painting or writes a book or does anything that they share with other people. You do not know how people are going to enjoy it. You do not know what people will like about it. You do not know someone else's personal experiences. When we engage with media, any kind of media, whether it's a movie, a TV show, the way that someone responds to that is based on their life experiences. You do not know that anyone's life experiences other than your own, so you do not know how someone will respond to something you create. And that's so exciting and thrilling, is I don't know what people are going to like about this. I don't know what people are going to dislike about it. And hearing from people say, I like it because of this, or I really don't like it because of this, that's interesting. That is exciting. Yep, play it, '06. I'm sad Sega is trying to erase that game from existence. '06? See, I don't think you should do that. I think you need to leave things where they are. So right now, my worst selling game is Episode Prelude. Silver Falls Episode Prelude on the Nintendo Switch. It results in people, if that's the only one they've played, they say you're a bad game developer, you're bad at making games, the Silver Falls games are bad. And the right business decision would be to remove Episode Prelude from the Nintendo Switch eShop, because I need to work on an update and fix that. There are so many flaws. Unfortunately, this is so noisy, I don't want to annoy people here. Unfortunately, I was stuck with a version of Unity that was so beyond broken. And I was exhausted by the time that I was working on Episode Prelude. I was under the assumption I was moving from 3DS to the Switch, and I thought things are going to be better from now on. I don't have to use a broken version of Unity, but it turned out Unity was also very broken on the Switch. And I was so exhausted, and I had to launch another game just to pay the bills. And that's how Episode Prelude came to be. There was nothing I can do about it. And I just had to launch it. I was so burned out. The smart thing to do would be to remove Episode Prelude until I can patch it and improve it. But I think removing it is the coward's path. Because you need to show people, look, you don't start out as a great artist, as a great writer, as a great developer. You need to show people your path, and you need to be honest about it. And lying about it and saying, I was always a great game developer, I was always a great artist, I was born and I was amazing at it, that's dishonest, and I don't like that behavior. You need to show people where you start. And on top of that, there are things about Episode Prelude that people really enjoy. And that game is the entire appeal of Episode Prelude is the story and the character interactions. It doesn't matter if the gameplay is janky, if the mechanics are broken. It is not a third-person shooter action game. The entire reason Episode Prelude exists is to tell a story about two characters, and that is Romanik and his boss, Million, and to share in the heartbreak that the character Million lives with. And that people say this whole, ooh, show don't tell, and then they complain and cry when a show doesn't do that. When people say, oh, they're just telling the story. And with the Silver Falls, I focus solely on letting people experience what the characters are experiencing themselves. And that results in people feeling kind of bad, because I want you to feel what the characters are feeling. And unfortunately, that people that don't like that approach will call it bad game design, and I'm a bad developer for doing that. And unfortunately, that's their response. There's nothing that you can do about that except trust that there are some people who will understand what you've done and they'll appreciate it. If you enjoy peak mid-thousands graphics / vibes and Sonic games are that lighthearted and funky instead of self-serious, then yes. Lately, I've been really getting into like the 2000s vibe again. I like to explore. I messed up so bad. I messed up so bad. Just kill me. Just kill me. I like exploring different decades, and I just engross myself in the media from that decade, and I try to understand the attitudes. How did I mess up again so bad? And I've been really into the 2000s lately. I really want to make games for consoles from the 2000s, especially since I just got a Dreamcast, so I'll be making games for the Dreamcast. There's something about the 2000s that's just so, I don't know, it's so interesting. It's hard to put my finger on it. I love the janky, beautiful technology of the 2000s. Good lord, do I love our janky technology. It's because to me, it's like a new, it's like the neo-Victorian era. Because in the Victorian era, they had so much technology that was punching above its weight, and they were a little bit, they dreamed. It was like dreams, like they were dreaming too big, and the technology they had in the Victorian era was reaching way too far, and they acted like things could do more than they actually could. And that is the vibe that I get from the 2000s, is we acted like our technology could do more than it was actually capable of. And it just had, it was like dreams were the most important thing in the world, you know? We're reaching for our dreams. And that's what the 2000s energy feels like to me. And that's what I haven't really been able to appreciate until recently as I've been exploring, you know, the mentality of that decade more. And it's what I really appreciate, that it's this sort of neo-Victorian era. Better get caught up here. I only love that most people are open-minded, that are respectful, that respect everyone's different opinions, and believe as well. Yeah, you know what? We're all here, you know, this is my personal philosophy, and we're all going to be dead. One day we'll all be dead, and any arguments that we've had, you know, any romance, any love, any feelings that we felt, they won't matter, because one day we'll stop existing, and everything that we thought was important won't be important. Everyone that we've loved will be gone. They'll be gone before us, and the people that love us will be gone after us. And small things like saying PlayStation is better than Xbox and Xbox sucks will have no meaning. You'll have wasted your life and your energy saying things like that, saying, I hate this developer, they suck. I hate this writer, I hate this artist. Those things won't matter anymore. So why worry about it? Why waste your time worrying about all that stuff? Why waste your time being negative when you're going to be dead one day? We do not actually get to live for that long. If you think about it, we are here for such a short amount of time. Some of us, even in my age group, we've already burned through half of our lifespan, you know? And some of us don't have that much longer left. Health is such a fragile thing. All of us could disappear in the blink of an eye. And to waste the very little time that we have left, we have such little time left here, each of us, to spend alive. Why would you waste that time sending negative comments to people on the internet? Why would you waste your life being mean and negative on the internet? Or even in real life? What is the point of it? You do that and it will mean nothing. It means nothing at the end of the day. All you have in life is one moment. You have one moment, and that's what you have right now. That's the only thing that you have. Because yesterday is gone. You don't have that anymore. As much as you miss it, you will never have it again. It's gone. And tomorrow, there's no guarantee that you even have tomorrow. People say, oh, the sun always rises. It doesn't. For some people, the sun won't rise anymore. It's gone. I see people complain about, this game is mediocre, it's the worst, I hate it. This game ruined my life because it's so bad. I'm grateful that I can experience anything at all. Even if I can play a game and I dislike it and I don't like it at all, I'm so grateful that I'm even able to experience that game. That someone spent their time
they spent their passion, they spent their energy creating something. At least I can enjoy it and I can share that part of their life with them. I'm grateful for that. And it really bums me out that people don't really appreciate how lucky we are to even have just one moment in time. They don't even appreciate the time that they have left alive. It seems like they're only interested in, oh, I want to find out what's popular on TikTok, and I just want to copy and do what everyone's doing on TikTok. It bums me out. I just want to appreciate life while I have it. And those are the messages that I instill in Silver Falls. And that kind of thinking is uncomfortable. And subconsciously, that results in people feeling negatively about a game experience. If a game makes someone feel that way, subconsciously, you're going to feel negatively about that. But that's life, man. You just appreciate it for what it is. No, don't escape. Dude, I think you're getting a little emotional. Well, human beings are like that. Human beings are weak, squishy bags of emotion. Sega didn't hide from 06. You can play as Silver in Sonic Rivals on the PSP. Silver's cool. And I was watching a video the other day that was explaining that Silver was designed... his character was inspired by Trunks, in that he came from a future where it was a bad timeline, and then he came back and he's trying to make things better. And I think that's rad as heck. I never even realized that. I never made the correlation. I think that's cool. How much is this game costing? Sorry, I didn't even mention that. I think it's going to be about... it's going to be between $6 and $7, this one. US. And positivity is an unpopular thing to do. Only the minority love to be positive. I always prefer positivity over negativity. It sucks that negativity is what causes engagement. It's unfortunate, but it's a proven fact. People will engage with negativity on YouTube videos and articles and posts. People just engage more, and the algorithm pushes that sort of content. Like, it can tell if something has a sort of a negativity to it, if there's drama involved. And it does. It breeds engagement, and engagement means ad revenue. So if you are doing something to get ad revenue so you can earn money, why not keep doing more of it? You know. Thanks. That sounds like a fair cost for $6. Thanks for the feedback. I appreciate that. There's a lot. There's so many unique challenges, and there's also infinite mode as well. You can turn the hazards on or off. And infinite mode just lets you jump in and chill, and you can do what you want. Sorry, I didn't mean... you can't get emotional. Oh no, it's like... how do I post a GIF of Bruce Banner, and he's from Avengers, and he's saying, "That's my secret. I'm always emotional." How do I post that? I think Silver is cool too. There are some that used to want Silver to have its own game. Oh, it's weird that he doesn't have his own game. You know what I really get a kick out of is when they take the modern characters and they put them in like a 2D format. I really like that. That's why it's so cool. I love the Sonic mods where it has Silver or Shadow. I think that's cool as heck, seeing them in a 2D space. So neat. I love that kind of stuff. Oh, sorry, I missed some comments here. Oh. I'll listen to you speak about your philosophy. There will always be people who tell you to keep things moving, but these are the things that matter. we all have to decide what we want to do with our lives. We all have to decide what our goal will be. You know, and my goal is I want to try to make people's lives better in some way. I want to inspire people. And everyone has their own personal goal. And to that end, in order to achieve that, a secondary goal is I want to be a good man. I want to be the best man I possibly can be. And that's my goal, is I want to try to make people's lives better in some way. And you know what, I'm not rich, I never will be. I don't have a ton of influence. But what I can do is I can write stories to help people navigate difficult points in their lives. I can play music that people enjoy, and so once a week I go to a cancer hospital and I play music for people there, for the patients and their visitors and the staff. And it's a difficult place to be. People are going through the most difficult moment in their lives. Everything feels like it could come to a crashing halt at any moment, and just hearing a little bit of music, you know, played on violin or piano for a little while, it can cheer up someone's day, and it can just make their day a little bit better, even just a little bit. And it's not much. You know, I'm not really helping in a huge way, but it's making their day feel just a little bit more doable. And so that's why I do it. But I aimed that perfectly and it ruined my shot. Are you for real? This is infinite mode. It's beautiful. I define it as beautiful chaos. Infinite mode. Don't think you can post GIFs. But I can say GIFs. I can describe a GIF, and you can see it in your heart. Oh man, they're never gonna release Sonic Boom, guys. Sonic Boom, the cartoon, is amazing. I don't know if I've ever seen anything that I've enjoyed so much in terms of writing. I love Sonic Boom's writing. Will you put this on Xbox and PlayStation? I don't have a development kit for PlayStation. I've been told that you can put an Xbox into developer mode, but I don't have those. Well, maybe one day I will, but I can't put them on Xbox and PlayStation unless I own the development hardware. That's my secret. I'm always emotional. I think the other side of the importance of all things is the beauty in enjoying each moment for its uniqueness and the comfort in small things. It's well said, you know. I think there's so many things to enjoy, and even just like the smallest moments of life, there's so many small things. And I'm at an age where I've learned to not let a sense of not being understood that always bothered me as a kid. And any kid's going to feel that. Any person is going to feel that. You know, there is a sense of loneliness in realizing more and more that you're not going to be understood. And that's part of being human. I think that's a beautiful part of being human, is a fear of not being understood. And I think I'm at an age where it doesn't bother me as much. This sort of the fear of not being understood or being misunderstood. As a kid, I was terrified of it. But these days, it doesn't really bother me so much. Planet Universe. I want to inspire people through my stories. You want to inspire people through your games. It's working. You inspired me. That's great. Share your stories. Are you in the Discord? If you write things, I'd love to see it. I'd love to read what you're writing. Please share that. I think that the link to the Discord might be in the description of this video. I make these videos off of a template, so I don't know if if it's not in there, you know, just ask around. Someone will share the Discord. But I'd love to hear what we're working on. I really like that people come to the Discord and they share what they're making. We have people that are sharing their pixel art, the games that they're making. I love seeing that. It's so cool, you know. And here's the thing, like, I don't really understand Discord that much. I don't really understand online culture. I loved using forums when I was a kid. I was in the Game Maker forums, RPG Maker forums, and it was so cool just talking to people, and you get to share stuff that you make. And I'm starting to realize that's what Discord is now. Discord has mostly replaced forums for that. And it's so cool. It's so cool being able to just hang out and chat with people, and I get to see what people are making. Brendan, the best games are environments/atmospheres that encourage thought or just good vibes to give inspiration, challenge our preconception, or to simply have fun. I agree with you. Well, I mean, I half agree, because I think there are games for different situations. There are moments where I don't want that. There are moments where I don't want to be challenged by a game, and I don't want to think, and I just need to decompress. So I'd say it's important for games, for there to be casual games as well, and that's why we need so many different people making different kinds of games. There are times where I want to play a game that challenges me and makes me think and learn and feel. And then there are other times where I just want to blow stuff up and I just want to punch stuff real hard. You know? Oh man, I wish I could show you Gorgeous Sword. I don't have it ready. I'm going to be finishing that. I said that it's going to take me about 2 or 3 days to finish Gorgeous Sword, Long Hard Justice. I'm so excited. Don't get me riled up, because I end up, you know, getting really, really fired up when I start talking about things that I feel really strongly about. I'm so excited about Gorgeous Sword, Long Hard Justice. One of the things that I just need to finish now, so here's how it works. I don't have my computer. I can't show you guys. In Gorgeous Sword, Long Hard Justice, when you hit an enemy, you chop off parts of their body with your sword, your Gorgeous Sword. And then the body parts fall off. Your character, the main character's name is Masculine, and you use a power called Appropriation. When you use your power of Appropriation, you send out this red energy wave, and it grabs any enemy body parts that are left over. So you grab the body parts, you can bring him to this magic, like a magic... I don't even know what to call it. I don't know what to call it. It's a magic colander. And if you put the enemy's body parts in there that you've appropriated, you can create power-ups, and the power-ups can make your sword longer, harder, or it can actually give your sword duplicate blades. And when you do that, obviously you can take on bigger foes and more foes, but you don't just have to use power-ups. There are other magic factories where you can take the body parts that you've appropriated from enemies, and you can actually create your own allies. So let's say that there's a skeleton enemy and you've chopped up 20 of them, and you've got like 30 body parts. If you take 30 body parts, you bring them to one of these, I think it called them soul factories in the game actually. You bring it to one of the soul factories, and you can actually create allies. You'll create a familiar, and so the familiar is based on the body parts that you've collected. So you can create any enemy that you can fight. You can create an ally. You can create a familiar using the body parts that you've appropriated. And so you can either, on your run, when you do a run, you can either focus on making your sword longer and harder, or you can focus on building an army of familiars and getting your familiars to fight your enemies for you. And there's one more option. Outside of creating familiars, you can use the body parts and bring them to a different soul factory, and you can create this a dragon, a bone dragon, using the enemy's body parts, and you can have a giant dragon that can crush your foes for you. So there's 3 different approaches in Gorgeous Sword, Long Hard Justice for you to seek power, and it's all about trying to get the best run possible, get the best high score, beat as many enemies as you can. And that is Gorgeous Sword, Long Hard Justice. Totally not a phallic game concept. No, it's totally innocuous. When I say sword, I definitely mean sword. It's totally what it is. Nothing about it. No boners about it. Let me read that. I love that name so much. What name? You guys remember Club Penguin? Whoa, Club Penguin. Sorry, it's moving a little fast here. Club Penguin still exists, right? Or is it gone? Seeing these other canons there makes me think a multiplayer game would be chaotic. So, in the eventual, if people like this and I do a sequel, the sequel will have a 2-player mode where each player has their own board. So the player 1's on the left, player 2 is on the right, and when you bust balls, you can send balls over to the other player and make it more difficult for them. This scenario and game is giving me FNAF vibes. There's how many of those are there? It's so awesome they built this massive franchise. There's so many. I heard people really like the movie as well, which is really great. That's awesome. Sort of like Vampire Survivors or other roguelikes. I've never played Rogue or Vampire Survivors, so I'm not trying to sort of match what those games are doing. It's just a concept that I want, and it is the design that it is to allow me to make a game in a short development period that is just focused on an easy game to jump in and out of without needing a big investment of time. So that was my intention. I've never played either of those. I've never seen them. I've seen people mention Vampire Survivors in other games. So the only thing I know about Vampire Survivors is that there's a lot of collectibles, and it's a pixel art style, and I've heard people mention that. Could this be 2-player local co-op? This could potentially be local 2-player co-op. I think that would be very fun. And that's why I need to wait until I get feedback from people. People need to play it and let me know what they think of it. That's a very cool idea. A 2-player co-op is something that I would consider adding in an update if people like this game. I need to do some arcade mode. They shut down Club Penguin to make way for a Disney version. Ugh. Blech. Blech. With 2 Joy-Cons and a few buttons each, couldn't you play this local co-op, though? Yeah. I could put a second dropper on there and have a second player play it. So, we'll see. If that's... I really need to see how people are playing this game. Hey, Tamale Muncher, good to see you. Awesome to see you. They tried making a new... I love the title name and the non-foul... Yeah, Gorgeous Sword Long Hard Justice is totally innocuous. Ow! The neon balls can hurt you on contact. I'm gonna have 1 neon ball left. Ah, dang. You only need the analog stick and 1 button to launch the ball. That's all you need to play this game. There's nothing else in terms of all the stuff, and any unique mechanics are exclusive to the stages in which they come from. Yeah, I'm hoping people enjoy this enough. If this game sells well, it'll be able to cover the development time of making a sequel. So again, the sequel would have all new gimmicks again, which is going to take more time. Making a sequel will take more time because I've already squeezed my brain for all of the concepts. Any gimmick that I could think of, like mechanical gimmick for stages, I put them in this game, which means that if I made a sequel, it's going to take me longer to come up with new ideas. But what I really want in a sequel is a 2-player battle mode. You know what would be so fun? One day I'll learn how to do massive online gaming. I think it would be so cool to have Clasherball, like Clasherball 25, where 25 people match up. It's kind of like Tetris 99 or whatever it was. Clasherball 99, and a bunch of people are online playing Clasherball. And when you sort of clash balls, it goes to other people's screens and whatnot. Something like that would be fun, Something like that would be doable because it doesn't require a huge amount of complexity from the internet sort of connectivity. You're just clashing balls, man. It's not that big of a deal clashing balls. I want a map that's spiky balls like Mad Max vibe. That could be in a future thing. I'm going to show some more of the gimmicks from space because those are my favorite gimmicks. My favorite gimmicks are here in space. Sequel will probably be tougher. Here's the challenge with a sequel, right? Is you need to make it so that it's still accessible for people who are new to the game. Like in this one, it starts out extremely easy. You need to make sure that the sequel takes that into account. So here's one of my favorite gimmicks. Actually, I think this is my favorite gimmick, is the alien ball. When you feed the alien your balls, and he gets bigger and changes color. So the challenge in this stage is, you see those are steel balls there. You cannot break steel balls. And in previous stages, you required a crusher ball. You had to push the crusher ball into the steel balls to break them. But now there's no crusher ball. You have no way to break those steel balls. So you need to feed the alien until it's big enough to eat the steel balls. Feed, my child. Feed. This might be my fascination with virtual pets. I'm a big virtual pet guy. I loved Digimon and Tamagotchi, so this is probably some of that seeping through with my design philosophy here. Eat them! Eat the balls! Okay, now I gotta push the alien into the steel balls. Eat them. I'm doing a bad job pushing him into the steel balls. Please stop turning. Okay. I need to focus a little bit. Okay, we got the steel balls. For the sequel, can you ditch the circle and make it like Tempest where the boundary is lopsided? That would be significantly more difficult to program. Like that's a whole huge situation. And at that point, it would be a different game. It's a very cool idea. I like that idea. I think it would result in structurally result in such a different game. Oh! I need to not get killed because I can only get one more hit here. I did such a bad job aiming that. Wow. Me personally, like, I wonder. I see Tempest and my brain think, crap, how did they do that? How did they program the weird shapes? So I find Tempest very fascinating, but also kind of frustrating because I don't actually know how I would do it. Yeah, I already have so many ideas for this gameplay style. That's my favorite thing, is seeing a game that I've not seen a gameplay style before. I love seeing that. And it was so prominent in the late 90s and early 2000s where developers were experimenting and they were coming up with so many crazy ideas that were not genre games. That was the most exciting era of gaming for me because I saw it and it filled my head with ideas and I was kind of thinking like, whoa, they could do a lot with this concept. So that's, with my games, I try to focus on making concepts that are not genre games, that are just something fun and weird, and for me I can experiment with different ideas. My mind is still in 4th grade. Yeah, this is an alien ball. So this is a stage where the laser destroys your balls. You cannot reach the balls up there. No, come back, friend. If you're reckless with your balls, you get into trouble here. So you gotta be careful. Yes, get him. Alright. So you can see the laser destroys your balls, so you have to use the alien to destroy the balls for you. Come on, alien. Come on down. Come on, alien. And there we go. So this is some fun gimmicks that I just had so much fun coming up with these funny ideas. Have you played any Digimon game? I've played a few. I don't play a lot of like the modern ones because I don't have a lot of time for games, so I don't actually play many games. Unfortunately, it's kind of a bummer for me. He's going to try to escape that. He can try to bounce out, but you can just exit if you don't want to wait for him to do that and try again. I get the feeling people may request just a flat restart button just to save time. So if that's a request, then I'll definitely add that in an update. If people want just a restart button. I need a black one. No! Oh, I wasted it! I wasted it! I need to clear out the black barrier. Okay, okay, got it. I got it. He's coming back. He's coming back. Digimon's doing a lot of like anniversary celebration right now. I'm seeing a lot of new Digivices and Digimon games, and that's so cool. I really like to see that, and it's a bummer because I don't have a ton of disposable income, so I can't buy all this cool Digimon stuff that they're making. It's a bummer. You know, we all have limited disposable income, and unfortunately, I don't have enough disposable income to buy all the cool Digimon stuff. It's all really cool. It's so cool. I want to get the new virtual pets that they're doing that are like full color. They know how to hit my weak spot when it comes to virtual pet stuff. I'm just hoping for a black or white one. Come on, jump over that. You can make it. I think he's stuck. He's stuck. Dang. I'm going to request a restart option now, I think. There's only 1 or 2 stages where you'll have to restart sometimes. This is one of the only ones. Everything else isn't like this. Does the game low-key exist as a video game in Silverfall's universe? No, not this one. This is its own thing. I thought it'd be fun to do that, but I don't want to lean on Silver Falls because it means I'm beholden to what exists in Silver Falls, and I have a lot of weird game concepts that I want to explore that I think are going to be really fun for you guys. You could have gravity like a black hole that drags your balls around, or a tornado. Oh, let's see, synthwave. I'm not sure. I'll go like this. Hazards on. Great minds think alike. This is infinite mode, so there's, you know, but there are puzzle stages that use the gravity as well. So there's some stages that will grab things. The gravity well will drag it into a bomb, so you have limited time. You have a vital bracelet. How is it? I'm a little bit jealous. Michael knew some of your streams make me feel like we are best friends on Discord, or like we were drinking coffee at IHOP at 5 a.m. And that's the relationship I want to have with you guys. I want to feel like we're at a diner hanging out, drinking coffee, getting food poisoning, you know. And I don't want to use the word friend, right? Because I think that's exploitative. And the reason why I say that is I see so many content creators that use the word friend. They call people friend. They say, hey, friends, you guys are my friends. And then they'll say, oh, and don't forget to subscribe to my Patreon, and you can donate money here. Okay, thanks, friends. And I think that's really gross. I really don't like that. And it's exploitation. And I have so much respect for you guys. I have all the respect in the world for you guys. You know, like, I've never said anything negative to anyone, even though they've, you know, said some pretty nasty things, whether it's on YouTube or like a direct message. I treat everyone with respect, and I have all the respect in the world for you guys. And I would not be able to make games without you guys. If you guys didn't buy the games, if you didn't tell other people about my games, I wouldn't make any money at all. I wouldn't have an audience. I wouldn't be able to do this. And so I'm so grateful to all of you. And I consider you as, you know, like, there's different degrees of, like, camaraderie, you know. I mean, I've said it before. I want to treat you guys with respect, and I don't want to take advantage of you. And I generally try to refer to you guys as, you guys are like my coworkers, you know. We can after work we can go and grab a drink, you know. But I'm averse to using the word friend because it feels like I'm taking advantage of the fact that people have liked a game that I made, and I don't want people to feel like they have to give me money, like they have to contribute on Patreon, you know. Edward Rivera, makes sense, broaden your IPs away from Silver Falls to build the Sungran universe. You're right, you know, and at the end of the day, I do want to make a platform fighter because I'm an absolute sucker for platform fighters. That is one of my weak spots, is if they made a virtual pet game that was a virtual pet and a platform fighter, sign me up, man, sign me up right now. Those are my 2 weak spots. I'm gonna see if I can show you this this level here. Is it this one? I forget the numbers. So we aren't friends. See, it's rough, you know. I view you guys with a lot of respect. I would say we're like coworkers, and I have a lot of respect for you. And I think it would be disrespectful for me to use the word friends like that, because the word friends is something like that's reserved for people that you are personally close to, people that you truly care about, that you spend time with in person in real life, people that you grew up with, people that you've shared their life's pain and their struggles. They've helped you get through difficult times. You support each other. You've grown up together. That's what the word friend is to me, and I reserve that for people that I have that sort of relationship with. And I don't want to be disrespectful to you guys and exploit you by saying, "Oh, you're my friends, sign up for Patreon." So this is a stage where you have to act fast, man. You have to shoot at an angle to grab that, and that asteroid needs to get. Oh no! I have to hurry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I was too slow. We are. What if I said we were comrades? Does that sound weird if I said we were comrades? Well, I could say we're fellow gamers. We all share a passion for games. No, I got one. It's more respectful. It's tasteful. I can say that we are all fellow humans, and I've stuffed it because the gravity grabbed the asteroid. All right. So yeah, look, hello, fellow humans, and that's better than friends, isn't it? It's better than calling you a friend, is saying that we're fellow humans. So hello, fellow humans. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for supporting my games, fellow humans. I too am also human, and I appreciate that you too are human. Okay, 2, 1, 2. Okay, he's gonna grab a 5th one, please. Okay. Get away from there, that asteroid, the gravity well. That was clutch. Whoa. Okay, I have to destroy that quick smart. Okay, there we go. Don't miss. Whew. That was about to be a real Armageddon situation starring Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck. Ooh, nailed it. Which do you prefer? Oh, sorry, I'm missing the chat a little bit, guys, because I'm actually hyper focused. This game's pretty challenging, so I'm a little bit. Coworkers is a good term. We're coworkers, but we are also fellow humans, which I think is pretty respectful. I also think need to be respectful to. Yeah, absolutely. Which do you prefer, platform fighter or kart racer? Platform fighter, 100%. I love kart racers. The more goofy they are. I have a little bit of resentment towards kart racer because I have a friend of mine that I went to college with, and he always kicks my butt in kart racers. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just who he is as a person and who I am as a person. The way that we line up in life is that he kicks my ass in kart racers, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm at a point in my life where I have a little bit of resentment for kart racers. It's a very childish reason. I know, I'm being childish. That's a childish reason to feel that way about kart racers. I'm a human, What am I going to do about it? I too am human. Retro enthusiast is usually what we call each other. It's not just that, we're retro enthusiasts, but we also enjoy the modern stuff as well, Acquaintance is a word that needs to return to common vernacular. I use acquaintance quite a fair bit, Well, I don't know. When I was a teenager, we used that a lot. And it's probably because my mom used a lot of big words. English was not her first language, so I think she put in a ton of effort into learning English as best she could. So when I was a kid, my mom used a ton of big words that were not commonly used. And I thought, so things like, acquaintance, like, when I would talk about school friends, my mom would say things like, is that your friend or an acquaintance? And so I had to process and think about those things. This sounds like something a face taker would say. Guys, I'm not a face taker. I am real. I am real. And if you know, I am working hard. I do want to get my studio to a point where I can support the development of Duck Season and Face Takers. We will get there, guys. We absolutely will. I'm going to work my hardest. I'm confident that we will get there. But it means that I need to develop my games that have mass appeal. This is a game that I've designed to have mass appeal. People can look at it and know immediately if they'll like it or not. Silver Falls isn't like that, which is why it's so tough for me to grow the series. All of my upcoming games have this kind of appeal where people can look at it and they'll know immediately, oh yeah, I think I'll like that. So that's what I need to focus on. If I do that for the next 7 or 8 months, if I work extremely hard, I'm confident we'll get to a point where we can make Silver Falls games again. Face Takers and Duck Season are so far along in development, but I cannot spend the time to finish them until my studio is really, really safe. I think what you said about the folks here is fine. We're all hanging out in a group, and you're mindful of your position as a developer and streaming here to avoid parasocial relationships. Absolutely spot on. I don't want the parasocial thing. I'm not a content creator. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not special. And to avoid parasocial relationships, I'm going to put the effort out there, and I'll have a normal relationship with you guys. How about that? So we don't have a paranormal. We don't have a paranormal relationship with each other. We have an online, just a fellow human relationship is what I would call it. Hello humans in the chat. Sound off in the chat. Hello humans. Hello fellow humans. It sounds like an insult now. Hello humans. People are like, we're friends but not friends. I know this person and I'm friends on social media, so we're friends. Exactly, you get it. You know, it's like a friend of a friend, an acquaintance. It's AI talking to us. It has human teeth. People is different than humans, definitely. Paranormal, I knew it. Esther, sorry guy, but I gotta go play with my buddy. I really had fun today. Awesome hanging out. Guys, Asterisk is new Nomura today, so see you later, Nomura. We'll take you later. Parasocial relationships here, but please chat in the Discord. Actually, it's like we have some regulars in the Discord that's just like, it's weird because I'm starting to just expect to hear from people day to day. It's like it's becoming a part of my sort of social culture where I get kind of bummed out if I don't hear from certain people, you know? We came from aliens to ghosts. See you, Nomura. We'll see you next time. I'm sorry, I've just been like, my brain's been on standby for a second on that. Let's try some jungle stages. I'll show you some of the later stages in jungle. This is fun. See you later, Asterisks. Take care. I've done this one. This is fun. You can either clash the balls up top or you can knock them down. Me personally, I prefer to just knock them down with a different color first. Ramps are red. I always liked Hot Wheels when I was a kid. I had a couple ramps, you know. I had those fake Beyblades before Beyblade was a brand. We had those battle tops. Those were fun. Cool. I think you can deflect that. Do a little bit of deflecting. Yeah, that's fun. This is a cool stage. In this stage, I used the Donkey Kong Country sound font because I wanted the jungle vibes, man. I messed up and it still worked out for me. Blue. Got him. Okay, how do I reach the white balls in there? What if the strange activity in Silver Falls is because Jerrel's haunting his own games? All the games are actually online only, and it's me actually messing with things in the game. Why do we need to classify it? There's not that much difference between viewer and creator, both just people. Exactly, I'm just a dude. You're a dude, I'm a dude, maybe you're a dudette, you know? You are dudes and dudettes. I'm a dude. Let's be humans. Let's be humans is my catchphrase for the day. Glad you like the jungle vibes. Grant Kirkhope is amazing. He's brilliant. And Grant Kirkhope one time liked one of my tweets. I tweeted. It was game related, of course. You know, he was sort of talking about. He wasn't given any credit or mentioned in the Super Mario Bros. Movie. And I sort of replied to his tweet, and he liked my reply, which basically means that Grant Kirkhope and I are best friends. Grant Kirkhope, of course, is the composer for Donkey Kong, brilliant, incredible artist and composer, and a very close personal work colleague and friend of mine. And our history with Grant Kirkhope goes back to him one time liking a tweet reply that I posted. So we're pretty close. Grant Kirkhope and I are like this. Let's be humans, fellow humans. That's huge. Parasocial Grant Kirkhope moment. I'm feeling that parasocial energy, guys. I'm really feeling it. That's parasocial. That's parasocial relationship. This one teaches you how to pick up the keys to open the gate. Grant Kirkhope is also a human, and I too am human. We're basically best friends, me and Grant Kirkhope at this point. You're paranormal friends because you're living rent-free in his mind for 1 second. He liked a tweet, you know, and that makes us paranormal friends. I'm just throwing my balls out there and I'm getting hurt. Good Burger reference when you said I'm a dude. He's a dude. Yeah, oh man, I absolutely loved All That when I was a kid. Every kid my age watched All That. And of course, by extension, you know, you'd be a fan of Good Burger, Keenan and Kel. The fact here, this was what blows my mind. I cannot process this mentally. I genuinely have problems processing this. Is that Kel moved on to work on Saturday Night Live? I cannot process that. My brain won't handle it. Because All That is Saturday Night Live for kids. And he started on All That, and then now he's on Saturday Night Live. My brain won't handle it. Is there anyone else that has that problem, or is it just, am I weird? Is that just me? I didn't get that. Dang it. I'm doing a bad job right now. Yes. Trick shot. I did that on purpose. That cool trick shot was on purpose. You know when you're playing pool and you get slop and you get a very cool shot, and then you sort of like, you know the look, right? Where you slop it and then you're stunned. You have an automatic poker face. This is what happens in pool. I spent a lot of my time tripping through dive bars in like the most out of nowhere places you've seen, in the middle of country, in the most rural areas, dive bars anywhere. Is you're playing pool with a total stranger, you know, rough as guts, look like they could break your arm in a second with a look. And you're playing pool, people in the bar are watching, you slop something in, but it looks really impressive because you've banked a ball, you double it in, and you get it at the far end of the table, and it rolls in elegantly, and you are stunned because you do not understand how that happened, so you automatically have a poker face. Your natural reaction would be to go, oh, holy shit, but you're so stunned, you go. And then you glance over at the guy that you're playing pool with, and he looks at you, and he gives you a nod of respect like that. He goes, And that is how you make friends in dive bars, is when you slop a ball that looks really good, do not say anything. Keep your poker face. Do not let them know that it was an accident. That's how you earn respect in bars. That's how you make friends. Hey, that's what I've been doing for years, and it's worked out. It's worked out. So in this one, you actually have to get the key at the far end with the ramp. Okay, come on. Eventually, you'll learn the timing. It's like, you see when it reaches the top edge of the ring? I think if you... yeah, see? I'm pointing at my screen like an idiot. Now. Yep. It's right before they touch the edge. That's when you launch the ball. Now. And then you'll get them. Yep. That's how you get the key. And that's this whole stage. That's the whole thing. There's nothing challenging about it. It's just figuring out the timing. That white ball is... it's in the way. Trick shot? come on, come on, come on, come on. I missed it. I was too late. I got it. Okay. Come on. Yeah. There's a lot of fun gimmicks. I tried to come up with as many different gimmicks, you know. So it's a puzzle game, but it's not just about matching colors, as you can see. I tried to come up with as many fun gimmicks as I could. I don't want to take damage. I'm going to go to the other end here. I have to get caught up on the chat. I just realized I'm falling behind here. Don't hurt me. I love pool, man. I'm going to make a comic about it. Share your work. Share it in the Discord. Whoa. So this guy will kill you dead. There's a trick here. See this V-shaped thing? You actually have to corral him. You have to corral him in like he's a... I guess like he's cattle? You corral him in there like he's cattle. I took a hit. If you can get him caught in the corral, then he'll stay there, and it gives you a chance to figure out how to do the ramps to solve this. Let me just get caught up with the chat real quick. I'm falling a little bit behind. Is it 2? We've been hanging out for ages. I need to get something to eat here. Sorry. And oh, this does sound like Banjo-Kazooie. That giant silvery reflective ball would look good as a planet Earth rolling around. All makes sense. You're able to only get 3 hours of sleep because you absorb energy through solar rays. Is it Wife Swap? The show, there was Wife Swap, and there's a clip of a woman. I'm sure it was all like scripted and whatnot, but she didn't eat that much. She ate very little, and she said that she got her power from the sun. And they showed clips on like Mom Swap or Wife Swap, and she was standing outside, and this kid said, "My new mommy eats the sun." I thought it was hilarious. I don't know if you can get solar power. I know that you need sun. Oh man. I also love. Okay, he hasn't aged a day. It's crazy. Yeah, Kel hasn't aged a day. I also love All That and Keenan and Kel. I think Keenan and Kel is my favorite show. I'm a fan of All That 90s show. If I could find somewhere to watch it, I would watch All That, you know. There's always that content creator moment where they gotta give you the hard stuff. Listen, we're not friends, guys. I'm sorry. But do we need to devalue it? There's something different but good here. Yeah, you know. But I think, you know, our relationship is... It's so valuable to me, you know. Just because I'm saying we're not friends is not a bad thing. Like, what we have here is the coolest thing in the world. This is still very cool. I get to make games for you guys. You guys get to tell me what you think of it. If there are parts that you don't like, if there are requests that you have, I can hear you. I can make adjustments. That is extremely cool. I think we're taking that for granted. And being fellow humans is pretty rad. Hello, my fellow dive bar humans. Hey, dive bar humans. Those are my favorite kind of humans. I think that's what he's saying. Yeah, we aren't friends, but we are having a genuine connection that does mean something, you know? I'm not saying that we're nothing to each other. We're better than acquaintances. Oh, how about that? We are better than acquaintances. When does the Clasherball game release? On the Nintendo, I think this will be probably around 6 weeks for Nintendo. I don't know how long it takes for Steam, but I'm working on that today. I don't know how long for Atari VCS, but I am working on that. And I'm working on the Vita. If I can figure out why Unity is crashing when I'm opening the game for the PS Vita, I just need to fix it. I can have it out on the Vita in a couple days. I'll put a demo for the Vita out first, and I'll wait until one of the other full versions launches first, and then I'll do a Vita launch. Okay. Oh, so here's the thing. You can either clash them up there, or you can knock them out. On the green one, I'm going to knock the green one out here. Get this at an angle. Ah, okay. Go at a different angle here. Ah, specific. So specific. Come on, you can do it. No. Oh. Come on. Do you have to hit this at it? You might have to put it in at an angle. I think I'm going to try it at an angle. Ah, okay. Try it at an angle. That was too fast, too far. Oh, man. Really? I'm like leaning back in my chair. I should get rid of the other ones first. Oh, man. The angle has to be right. Oh, I got those. Oh, man, I'm gonna do the middle ones first. There we go. You can like actually like if you get this right on the rail, you can actually hit that one from like a trick shot. Man, okay. You need to be in just the right spot to hit this one. Oh my god, you're killing me. Man, this took like hours and hours of testing, and this is irritating me that it's embarrassing me on stream. Because there we go. You have to be in the right spot. Guys, can you screen cap this? Screen cap it so when you play the game, know that this is where you need to be in order to get that green ball. Just screen cap it, if you wouldn't mind. We need a fandom name. I don't like the word fan. I don't like the word fandom. And that's just for me personally, because I think once you start claiming that you have a fandom, you're asserting that you're better than other people, that you're special, and that you are deserving of worship. And I don't agree with that at all. I've said this a couple times before. It's one thing to call yourself fan, to refer to yourself as a fan. I think that's fair game. That's fine. I call myself a fan of things all the time. But when you call someone your fan, when you start putting that label on other people, you start asserting that you are better than other people. I ruined that run. I could have finished that run. So I don't think of myself as having fans. I think of myself as having supporters and co-workers and fellow humans at this point. You know, I want to go to Denny's. If I met one of you at a Denny's, I would happily buy you a coffee and also whatever is on the menu that will give you and me food poisoning. Happily. Why is it... Oh, you know what? Is it because my hard drive is out of space? Is that why it's crashing? Please be the reason. I'm a total... Oh, man. I'm a total dingleberry. I'm sitting here wondering my Unity keeps crashing. I'm trying to open my game. There's 0 bytes left free on my hard drive, so it can't create the temporary files. Well, I'm such a dingus. Oh, man. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Let me just delete some stuff really quick. Don't look at me. Oh, God, that's embarrassing. Jeez. Jesus. What can I move? Okay, let me move that. God, I'm such a dingus. Oh, sitting here for hours wondering why it's not opening. Click, click, click. Sorry, guys, I gotta click on some things really quick. I'm a big, fancy computer man. I gotta do some fancy computer clicking. I'm done clicking for now. I don't like that label fan either. Yeah, I want to keep things equal. All of us were on equal ground. I don't want to be treated like I'm above anyone or special. We are all humans. We are all fellow humans. Hello, fellow humans. You know, you will meet me at Denny's because my 3DS will pass your 3DS. If I could get a street pass, that would be the coolest. When I was going to college in Sydney, taking the train, I would get street passes every day. Loved it. Awesome. It was so cool. Let's go chill for a while. I think everyone should be loved and treated equally. I agree, man. That's the vibe that I want to put out there. Jerome Collins, I am alive. I'm glad to hear that. Jerrel, I am vigorously shaking my head in disapproval. How about the Grand Slams? I don't know if the Grand Slam can... I don't know if that's known to give you food poisoning. We'll have to check. We'll check. I'm kind of like a moons over my hammy kind of guy. I used to like... They had a meat bowl for a while. I don't know. We could go to Applebee's and get the bowl of orange chicken if you guys want that. I wouldn't mind. Let's pick right now in the chat where we're going for dinner. I'm really hungry and we need to pick somewhere. So, if you are ever in California, if you're going along Highway 120 eastward in the city of Manteca or Escalon, it's past Manteca in Escalon, there is a diner called Hula's. And this is the most ma and pa diner that you will ever see. And the food there is, it feels like ma and pa made the dinner for you. You can sit outside if you want. There's nothing manufactured or artificial. This is real diner food. I like going there. You know what? It's right next to the bars where I like to play pool. A good buddy of mine, Vietnam War vet, will go bar hopping together. I like going and playing pool, hanging out with strangers, making friends. And you know what? At the end of the night, when you need something to eat and you don't feel like manufactured diner food, you go to Hula's, you get your chicken fried steak, you get your eggs, you get your hash browns, sausage, bacon, you can get your biscuits and gravy, and that's proper diner food, man. That's a diner. I recommend going to Hula's. That's in Escalon. It's worth it. It's worth the drive going out there. You want to go there. Also, if you're continuing on going up into the, let's see, let me think of a route here. If you're going on 120 and you're going up into the mountains, you want to go past Big Trees. Look for Big Trees, California. Great to go for a walk there, but just keep going north past Big Trees, California. You're going to come to a small town, and there is a building on the left-hand side called the Lube Room Saloon. The Lube Room Saloon, L-U-B-E, Lube Room Saloon. The food there is fantastic. Usually on Mondays they're closed for lunch. They only open. They close early for lunch, and they're open for dinners starting at 3 or 4. I think is when they reopen. They're closed between that or maybe 5. They changed their hours a couple times. But you want to go to the Lube Room Saloon. Excellent food, excellent environment. You can play cornhole out in the back. Gorgeous environment. You can see the big trees all around you. You can sit outside. I know the owner there. His name is Wayne. He is 85 years old. He built that building by hand with the co-owner, a friend of his. So you can, if you're lucky, you might meet him there, sitting there, having a drink. You can chat with him. He enjoys a good story. A really nice guy. His name is Wayne. And I get up to the Lube Room Saloon as often as I can. I like going to the mountains for fishing, camping, hiking. There are great camping spots. There are great campsites there in that area. But you got to get to the Lube Room Saloon. Get yourself something to eat. It's this old building that looks like it was made in the Wild West. They've got jackalopes and taxidermied stuff. You know, I took my nephew there and explained jackalopes to him and convinced him that jackalopes were real, and that he needed to take a picture of it and share it to all his friends. Can we go to Cane's? Yeah, we can go to Cane's. You want McDonald's chicken nuggets? We can get chicken nuggets on the way, but I am not sitting and eating at McDonald's. So we'll get it on the way and drive through, but I don't want to sit at McDonald's. Jerrel is Southern at heart. I think I'm just a good old American. I'm a red-blooded American. I believe in treating people with kindness and respect and looking out for your fellow man. And when I get stressed out, a Southern drawl comes out, and I don't know why. I never lived in the South, but I have family from the South. I have very close friends from the South. I spend a lot of time with people who aren't, blood family, but they're family. They're as real as family can be. They're from the South. I spend a lot of time with them. And when I get stressed out, I have a Southern drawl. I don't know why. You're an old soul, aren't you? I just love adventure. I love adventure, and I love share. If I find something cool, I want to share it with people. Yeah, but Highway 88 is great. If you want some adventure and get to California, Highway 88, get up into the mountains. But you got to know where you can fuel up and where you can eat first. If you have an electric vehicle, there are some ski resorts. If you need, because the gas stations won't have electrical up there, but there are ski resorts up in the California mountains, especially if you're on 88 going north. The name off the top of my head is it's just escaping me. But there are ski resorts that do have electric. Oh, there is, let's see, past Silver Lake in California, keep going north. Past Silver Lake, there is electrical charging up there for normal gas stations as well. Cheesy Volcano Marathon. Let's all get a cheesy volcano and see how many we can eat before we get sick. Needs to be similar with roast beef nachos. I'll go for roast beef nachos. I'll have some right now. I'll eat roast beef nachos right now. I kind of enjoy when our streams devolve into hanging out and talking about food. I kind of like that. Did I miss anything? I got to hear about what you guys are talking about when it comes to food. I don't want to miss anything. You like chicken fried steak? I'm a big chicken fried steak guy. I am not ashamed to say that there are nights where, this was years ago when I was a younger and more reckless man. God, I don't even know why I'm telling this story. I shouldn't be telling stories like this. Where I'm just hanging out and partying with strangers in the most dive bars you've ever seen. These are the most rural country dive bars you've ever seen. I'm playing pool, hanging out, making friends with strangers. And there are nights where we end up at a diner. I do not even know where the diner is. I don't know how we got there. I just sort of snap to and I think, where are we? How did we get here? And I'm here with people that I've made friends with for the first time. There are nights where I've woken up on someone's property in a trailer where there's a hole in the ceiling and there's bees everywhere in the trailer, and I don't remember how I got into that trailer. I don't even know why I'm telling stories like that. You shouldn't tell people things like that. It was a very long time ago. I was very, early on in my adventure career. And I'm much more discerning these days. I'm very careful. I heard you do a southern accent too. I don't do one. I don't pretend to have one. I don't fake one. I've picked it up from family and friends. I like your steak blue, don't you? I'm like a medium easy. I'm thinking of eggs. I'm going to start describing eggs. A medium well, right? He woke up and doesn't remember how he got here. That was a wake up call. Was waking up on a stranger's property in the middle of nowhere in a trailer. There's a hole in the ceiling. There's bees everywhere. That was a wake up call for me. It was kind of like, I don't know if this was a good outcome. And you learn those sort of things, by making mistakes. And I wouldn't call it a mistake. It's just a set of actions that I would not take again. Sounds like some Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas type adventures. Look, I'll say it. I'll say just as much as the next person. I enjoy having fun, going on adventures, hanging out. And look, I don't think I'm. What's the word for people? I hate labeling people with words like that. What's the word when you're like really outgoing, right? I don't think I'm that, but I like people. I like hearing people's stories. I like making friends with strangers. I like playing pool, hanging out, and having fun. And I like getting food poisoning at Denny's at 2 a.m., That's kind of my vibe. That's what I like. That's the kind of experience you can pull from in your art. A lot of that stuff, a lot of those experiences are things that I pour into the story writing for Silver Falls. I want Silver Falls to feel like this wild, fun place that you stumbled onto. You stumbled upon this weird little town while you were on just a drive, just a road trip, and the people that are interesting and quirky, and it feels like you are there hanging out with these weirdos. These are just weird, fun people. And weird, fun things happen with these characters, and it feels like you are there going on an adventure, hanging out with these weirdos. That is the appeal of Silver Falls. And so I've had I've had a lot of fun and weird adventuring in my time. I'm still having a lot of fun, weird adventures. Even last year, the last time I went back to the States, a lot of weird, fun things happened. And a lot of that, I don't copy the events that happen to me in real life, but the feelings that I have while experiencing those events, I bring those feelings, and I think, how can I write an event? How can I write a story in Silver Falls that would give people this feeling to share that this weird, funny thing happened to me? How can I share that with people? And I bring that into Silver Falls, and I think that's partly why people enjoy Silver Falls. It's just got some weird, fun moments in there like that. Just some really funny things. The story for my game that I launched on April Fools, which is not an April Fool's joke, it's a real game, Miracle Makeout Mania, is where you close the DS and you make two characters kiss. I wanted that to feel like this fun, weird thing. And the story behind that is someone in town is a guy who he orders a lot of things from magazines. You know, he looks in the back of magazines and he orders just dumb stuff. And he ordered a liqueur from the back of a magazine that came from Europe. And he's not really sure what it is, but he's heard about it. And so he brings in this liqueur. And what happens is that the liqueur that he ordered, Make Out Miracle, is actually like a banned substance, and it's illegal in Europe because it just makes people really horny. And they were mixing drinks, and they didn't realize what was happening. And that is the story of my Silver Falls game on DS, and that's all there is to the story. That's what it is this weird, funny thing happened. And I hope people that enjoy Silver Falls just got a big kick out of it. That's how the South is. If you are chilling down to earth, you can make friends most places in like an hour. In an hour? That's forever. That's a long time. If you're in the right place in California, you can make friends in minutes. Extrovert is the word for an outgoing human. Thank you. I, too, being human. Of course I know that word. Because I, too, am human. What was that video where Mark Zuckerberg stuttered? And he was like, of course I know that. Because I, too, am human. What was that? It was so weird. It was kind of like, Mark, why did you stutter? Why did you say was human? Your adventures actually put Silver Falls into context. I don't want to talk too much about my life in general, because that's not what my thing is like. I don't want to talk about myself. It's a personal thing anyway, and I don't want people to feel like, you know, they like me because of my personal life. I just want to make games for you guys. And I don't want to talk too much about I have an equal number of misadventures as I do adventures, and that's the fun of it. Because a misadventure is still an adventure. And I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't want to sort of spoil, like Silver Falls. I don't want people to hear that and think, oh, that's where he got the idea for this thing in Silver Falls or that thing in Silver Falls. So I don't really talk that much about my real life stuff. But man, I love adventuring. Adventuring's my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing to do. Yeah, I looked at the lube room, and it looks exactly like the saloon in the recent April Fool's Silver Falls game. I strongly recommend it. Yeah, if you guys are... what highway is that? Oh man, if you asked me, like, name a highway and recommend some adventures, I could recommend, like, some great little saloons that, you know, only the locals would know about. And you go there, you get to hang out with the locals, and it's just a beautiful little cozy environment. You get to hang out with real people, and everywhere I go, people just treat each other with respect, and they're just there to hang out, have a good time, and hang out with people. And you know what? Some places have an old jukebox, and it's fun, you know. And if you can, check out the lube room, get yourself something to eat. That's a cool environment. There's Knight's Ferry, if you've heard it. You probably haven't heard it. That's in California. It's kind of on the way. If you're coming from the cities in California, and say like you're going up to Yosemite, you know, National Park or whatever. On the left-hand side, you'll see Knight's Ferry. There is the Water's Edge, which is a restaurant. It's got a seated bar. That's a pretty nice place. They had a beer there called Galaxy Dust, which is, I think, 11.5%. If it's not 11.5, it's 12%, which is absurdly high. And I made the mistake of getting Galaxy Dust with lunch once because I liked the name. I thought it was very cool. And of course, my friend got a normal beer. So he's getting up to get a second one. And I'm at the very top of Galaxy Dust, my first drink. And he's like, "Can I get you a second one?" I'm looking at my drink. I'm like, "There's no way, man. There's no way I'm having a second drink after this thing." And I looked at the menu. 11.5%, you know? You're playing really good right now. Well, I'm not paying attention. I'm randomly pushing buttons because I'm busy talking. So I don't know if I'm playing good. I'm just pushing buttons. I'm just random. I want to go there from Everett West. I strongly recommend it because there's so many great things to do in that area. Lube Room is the best place to get food out there. There's a couple of cool bars as well. There's so many cool bars, cool little restaurants, you know. I consider myself a bit of like an adventure consultant because when I meet people just out in real life and they're asking, "Oh, I'm here with my wife, I want to go on a trip here and there," then I recommend places to them. And of course you need to know which passes are open, which roads are passable based on the season and the weather. And you get to recommend your favorite places to go camping, get something to eat, you know. I think you were in the zone. Yeah. Does anyone know Bust a Groove for the PlayStation? The Japanese name was Bust a Move. I was obsessed with that game as a teenager. I'm still obsessed with it, actually. Sometimes, did you see me get that? Did you see me get that red one up there? That was on purpose. The music in Bust a Groove, man. Oh, wow. Don't kill me. Nice. The Californian cities are not like that at all. Are not like what? I missed the part of the conversation. I don't spend time in the cities. I go to the rural and mountain and gold mining areas. There are so many little old towns in California that used to be gold mining towns that are now just, you know, some of them are a little touristy, which is good because it means they can thrive. But they'll almost always have a saloon. And it's the coolest thing. I say that, it sounds like a joke. You guys can go and get a pizza and a drink in a Wild West saloon in California. And they're such cool places to hang out. People there are usually pretty fun. You're going to see a lot of tourists, but you want to hang out with the locals. You know, they're really fun. And the more I talk like this, the more I'm sure you're starting to get where Silver Falls comes from. Silver Falls is about... It really is inspired directly from me just going out and having adventures and making friends with strangers in saloons. And I want you to feel like you're going to a saloon in a mountain town and making friends with the people in Silver Falls. Jerrel, your life stories, your philosophy, all these things directly affect your games. It's interesting to hear. It allows for greater depth of understanding. I think everyone's life is very interesting. I think if you just sit and talk and hang out with people, I think people are so interesting, you know. And that's why I never respond. People say like, "Oh, block the haters, don't mind the haters." I don't refer to people as haters because those are just people. They're normal people, and they saw something on the internet that they didn't like, and they just left a comment. And that's all it is. Because I'm sure if we met in real life, there's a pretty strong chance that we would get along and that we would have so many things in common. So I don't respond to comments with negativity. I don't insult people because there's this very strong chance that we could be friends, you know? And then there's a strong chance that we could hate each other's guts. There's that too. But you can't rule out the possibility. Am I doing well? Because I'm not paying attention. I'm just sort of hanging out with you guys at this point. I think I might grab a cheesy volcano. I'm starving, you guys. It's almost 3. I didn't realize it. I feel like it could be cheesy volcano time. They're so bad for you. You shouldn't be having so many cheesy volcanoes. They're so good. Joshua Tree in California, very nice. Yeah. I haven't been there, but I would like to. I've heard about it. If you guys ever find yourself near Joshua Tree, Pappy and Harriet's in Pioneer Town is really cool and small place to get drinks and see a band. Nice. I like that. That sounds great. I'm going to look that up. Bust a Groove. You can be a capoeira dancing alien. I was obsessed with capoeira as a kid because it was a secret character that was 2 characters. 2 characters for the price of 1, man. Unlockable secret character. I'm not sure if it was one of those situations where you had to do like LLL, LRRR, LRLR, LR square triangle, and then an unlocked capoeira. I don't remember, but I kind of have a feeling it was something like that. Reminds me of how Miyamoto was inspired to make Zelda by exploring caves and random places in nature as a child. See, I think your life experiences are what contribute to making interesting things. Whether you're writing a story, you're drawing, painting, making a game, I think your life experiences allow you to make interesting things. So I learned something about the PlayStation 1, is that when it heats up, it doesn't read discs correctly because one of my PlayStation 1s had a heating problem, and when it got very hot, Bust-A-Groove would go out of sync, and it wouldn't correctly detect the buttons anymore. I learned that about the PlayStation. So what I would do is I would go to the freezer and I would grab... Did you see that? I would grab an ice pack and I would turn my PlayStation sideways and then put an ice pack on it, and then it would... the timing on the game would work correctly again. Bust Move is quite the fun game, and I wanted to capture that feeling of adventure. Reminds me, our visit was a night before New Year's Eve for a band, and it was super cold when we left. New Year's is fun. That's fun time. People are cutting loose. They just want to hang out and have fun. How do we get there? How do I get over there? I'm kind of hoping that with Infinite Mode, people just sort of get in the zone and they just chill. That's what I'm looking for here. I don't know if people want things like being able to turn music or sound effects off. I don't know that. So if people request things, absolutely. I will absolutely listen to requests. I'll show, look, we're talking a little bit about Silver Falls. Well, just for the vibe, right? I'll share a little bit of Guardians and Metal Exterminators here. I'm not sure what's on my save file. Okay, let's boot up Guardians and Metal Exterminators. So I'm going to describe, I was already living in Australia. I came back to California to see family and friends, and two of my childhood buddies and I drove up. We just thought, they've got some time off work, it's close to New Year's, let's go for a trip, man. I hadn't been on a road trip with these buddies in years. And so we were driving. We thought we were just going to get to like Eureka in California, but we kept going, and eventually we ended up in Idaho. And I have some close friends there that I consider family. We see each other as family. And we get there, and they live way up in the mountains, and my two buddies, we all grew up in a rural area, so we're not city slickers, but we didn't grow up as mountain folk. And so we get to Idaho, and I absolutely love it there. This is in Sandpoint, near Ponderay, Coeur d'Alene. And we get there. It's kind of late. It's already like New Year's Eve by the time we get there. So my buddies and I went to school. We grew up together. We get there and we're greeted. We pull up to their place. We pull into the lot. They rush outside, and these are people that my childhood friends had never met before. They'd never met my friends over in Idaho. We get there, we hop out of the car, and they've already got red Solo cups for us with drinks, and so they hand us a Solo. They said, "Oh, Jerrel, you're here." I introduced them to my friends. I said, these are my childhood friends. These are like my brothers, so we're basically all family. And they said, good. And so my two buddies and I, and then my friends from Idaho, they hand us a red Solo cup with a drink in one hand and a gun with the other. And they said, here, grab that, and drink that, and grab that, and we're going to hop on the UTV and we're going to shoot up into the air. And my friends are looking at me going, what the fuck is happening? Because this is like an alternate reality that they'd never seen it before. But I love spending time in Idaho. I love spending time up in the mountains, and my friends up there, really close. So I'd been there before, and I consider myself a bit of like a sort of a mountain gentleman. And to me, it was just another day in New Year's. And my friends are going, what the hell do I do? And I said, well, shoot the gun up into the air. Just don't aim it forward. We hopped on the back of a UTV, and we're, they basically own the whole mountain at this point. And we're hanging onto the back of this UTV, and I think they got a sled hanging on the back at this point, a trailer. And so they're speeding through. We're going up and down and crawling up, down, snowy hills and whatnot. And it's snowing, and the snow's coming down. You can see it in the headlights, and it's sparkling. It looks like we're in a snow globe. My two childhood buddies at me are looking at me like, man, this moment is absolutely magical. Where the hell, how did you meet these people? How did you find this place? You know, they're like, it's New Year's, all right, fire a couple times into the air. So we got our solo cup, we're shooting into the air, you know. And that's one of the moments in my life where I thought, I'm an American, this is cool as hell. And obviously we were responsible about it. You know, you don't aim the gun low, you just fire a couple shots up, and that's, you celebrate New Year's, you know, and you're not, you know, you're not waging warfare or anything like that. And that's, you know, that's one of my, well, that's my absolute favorite New Year's memory. I mean, we were kind of talking about New Year's a little bit. It's always nice to have audio controls. If people ask for it, then I'll add them back in, but the game at this point is ready to ship, and I just want the core gameplay out there. So yeah, that's, and that sort of free-spiritedness, that sense of adventure, and just a zest for life and appreciation for simple things, that is the sort of life experiences that drove me to create Silver Falls to be what it is. Okay, I wonder if I can level anything up here. What have I got? What experience points have I got? Okay, I have some experience points, sure. Cool. I'll do that. All right. So, and I'll just share some of the story here. And what's important about the Silver Falls game, like, it's always, the core, most important thing is always, it's you spending time with the characters, and it's you sharing a feeling with the characters. I'll get out of the way, we can look at the dialogue here. So, for anyone that isn't familiar, whoa, curtains. Don't look at the chair. This is the cheapest chair, guys. It's like $20. All right. So if you don't know the characters, that's Fred. He's the main playable character from my Game Boy Color game, Galaxy Bound Curse. And this is Wilma, and she's actually the main protagonist in my Pokemon mini game. That is for the Pokemon Mini. She's appeared in other titles as well. You can see that the characters check in with each other at different points in their lives. Okay, low key, I just realized how creepy this sounds. It is what it is. Okay, and there we go. And the way that I write the dialogue and the characters' interactions, I want to write it in a way that makes it feel that these are real humans and these are real beings with their own lives. Like you and me. I'm a human, you're a human, Mark Zuckerberg's probably a human, Silver Falls characters are human. By writing characters where you shared these small, intimate moments of their lives, it's something like Fred's wife making him cookies that are just the worst, but he has to keep eating them because she thinks that he likes them. Small things like that, it's what make characters feel real, and it's building that sort of relationship with them. That's the value of Silver Falls game. And I know that people are not going to like my games for reasons like, oh, the characters feel clunky. You could make a character feel awesome, feel so powerful and flawless and seamless and fluid, but then they no longer feel like a human. They're no longer relatable. And by making the games feel a little clunky and the characters feel somewhat cumbersome, it makes them feel tangible and vulnerable. And at the end of the day, all of these characters are vulnerable because you're checking in with these characters at the most vulnerable point in their life, and you are getting through that story with them. Maybe it's me, but the font and uppercase make it a bit hard to read. I can't make this lowercase. I would have liked it. I totally agree with you. I would have liked to make it lowercase, but I'm sticking with it because this is the kind of font that is on digital clocks, and this UI is designed to to evoke the sense of a digital clock. It's meant to make you feel like you're playing a little LCD game, which is two of the game modes are LCD games here. And you get to check in with your fun characters here. You know. Shaun is kind of my favorite. I really like her playstyle. She's got a cool vibe, cool attitude. By default, she has the camp knife, which is really good for combos. Even before you upgrade, I've upgraded it a little, but she's really great for connecting weapons together. So you're going to want to, if you've got the money to spare, and there's some cheap stuff, like I've got 324 monies. So I'm just going to take that on a mission. These are one-time use only, the vending machine. So I'll just go on a mission. That's a good memory. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I'm glad to share that with you guys. I've never really talked about that or shared that with you. Shared that with anyone. So you can cancel the end lag of your weapon. So the characters start out in this game feeling clunky because you can upgrade the attack speed of your characters. And you are meant to cancel the end lag of one weapon by switching into another. And it builds up your combo power, and it just makes your follow-up attack stronger. You're supposed to use the hold ZL, and that shields. These rolling guys suck. They bump the heck out of you, so you really need to level up your maximum amount of shield so you can shield a lot. A shield does not cancel your attack, so if you get caught in a combo string, it's a real shame about it. Shaun is my favorite one for combos, but this is the wrong loadout. You need a long range to deal with these enemies. And it said meadow, and you know what enemies are going to be there. It tells you what environment is. The meadow has these rolling guys. You should pick a long range characters. Obviously, some characters are more suited towards long range. The enemy designs are crazy. I'll zoom in, so if you guys haven't seen them before, I'll zoom in. You can get a closer look. I'm a big monster guy. I love monsters. They're kind of my favorite thing when it comes to like movies. I love monsters. So making monsters and cryptid designs for Silver Falls is just wish fulfillment for me because I love monsters. I think they're so cool. Obviously, you have your standard, like wolf thing. Oh, I just got to collect tokens. This is one of my favorite designs. This guy. Oh, man. The way that I design his clippers, they're uneven. So it looks like you could get chopped, but it wouldn't cut you clean in half. You'd have some of your intestines left over. And I think that's just kind of horrifying to think about. So this is one of my favorite designs. And this game, this is available on the eShop. I'm going to, tonight, I'll go and put this on sale. And the sale might be able to start next week. I'll put this on sale so people can pick it up for cheaper. I just haven't had the time to process like a lot of office stuff and paperwork. But this is a game that I'm very passionate about. I worked extremely hard on this, especially on the soundtrack. I just want to make something that's just a great vibe to listen to. And I know it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea because, again, the characters start out feeling so clunky. And people expect it to feel, they expect action games to feel a certain way, Those are called hardcore, those rolling enemies. And the hardcore enemies have a squishy, fleshy heart. And I want to make it so that you can use Code Linker, and if you're not familiar with Silver Falls, the games connect to each other, use something called a Code Linker. That allows characters to cross over from one game into another, even if the games take place decades apart. It also allows enemies to cross over. I would love to have the hardcore as an enemy you can fight in other games. And say like you needed, what is that, dynamite? Hell yeah. If it's like a third-person shooter, that enemy will roll towards you and you have to aim in between the armor and you have to shoot the fleshy heart. And I think that'd be a fun way to deal with that enemy. I shall die soon. You really need a long-range character. So if the mission says meadow, pick a character that's well suited towards long range. Like Winnie. Winnie is a great long range character. I have some special. I'll just waste some of it. There are design considerations, so even if you fail a mission, you still get experience points as well. So, it's not a waste of time if you fail the mission. Killing enemies still gets you points to level up your characters. You get some money as well. I'm glad you like the UI. Again, I always try to focus on some sort of a unifying design aspect. And in this one, I wanted to make it feel like one of those Indiglo watches, Unrelated, but that reminds me, what is your desktop wallpaper a reference to? Oh, that is... It's a Silver Falls game that's on hold. It's a game called Silver Falls Campfire Stories. And it's a game where you play as many different characters. It's going to have the largest roster of any Silver Falls game. And it's going to have a similar gameplay style to this in terms of running around and you're attacking, but it has a jump button. And it's more about platforming and exploring environments more so than the battles like this. But it's the same control mechanism. And in Silver Falls Campfire Stories, it is a story about Slim, who is the town drunk, and he is telling stories, and the stories that he's telling is making up stuff about, oh, there's these monsters, and this is the environment, and you play through the campfire story that he's making up. And it's meant to be a more fast-paced, more lighthearted, fun game, Campfire Stories. And I put it on hold for a while because it's a little bit too similar in gameplay style to my current games, and so I'm going to save Campfire Stories for later, but it is pretty far into development. And the real heart of the story of the Campfire Stories is that there is a young lady character in Silver Falls. Her name is Kathleen. She's like 16 years old, and she's wheelchair bound. And she really loves hearing Slim's stories, and Slim often tells stories about adventures he's gone on. He was in the military, he's a fighter pilot, and he starts to feel really guilty that he's talking about exploring the world and going around the world, and that is not something that Kathleen will be able to do. It's just not feasible for her. And he starts feeling awful about it. And so he organizes this camping trip, and a bunch of people from Silver Falls chip in. And so the whole thing is to at least give this girl in a wheelchair, give her a camping trip and a fun adventure. And Slim just wants to tell a bunch of fun stories to make her feel awesome. And that's the point of Silver Falls Campfire Stories. And because of that, because you're not actually fighting Silver Falls cryptids, there are no actual threats, you are playing through imagined and made-up stories that Slim is telling. I get to bring in just ridiculous, like werewolves and, robots and, weird fun monsters, because they're all things that are made up. And you get to explore Silver Falls in a way that no other game explores, because now you get to have exaggerated physics, and you can have characters that have extremely good mobility, and it feels like, whoa, really, my character's so cool and powerful in a video game, because it's a form of empowerment that Slim is telling these stories to Kathleen. And that way, I'm not bound by the rules of Silver Falls that these characters have to feel realistic. You are exploring this world as, a fictional version of these characters. So, Brangle and Bro, that sounds amazing. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys like that concept. It's something that the games have been leading up to that. I have my novel Heavy Shadow that has been, it leads up to that. A number of the stories, like if you've played Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers on the 3DS, and if you haven't played it, find the ROM somewhere, just pirate it and download it, and play it on the 3DS. Get it. It's got bad compatibility with emulators, but if your 3DS is like homebrew enabled, you can play it that way. I don't mind. You spend a lot of time with these characters, and you see Slim leading up to that, and there's just this ever growing sense of Slim, and a sense of inadequacy, because he understands what he is. He understands that he's the town drunk, and that he's kind of the butt of jokes, and he just feels like he just can't be useful to anyone. But what are you supposed to do about it? What can you do about it? And there's basically nothing you can do about it. And so he's, he wants to do something, to be useful. Hey, Barry, good to see you, man. What time is it there? I think I might clock out soon. because I'm starving. I actually haven't eaten anything today. It is 3 p.m. I have eaten nothing. How much experience points have I? Okay. I wonder if I can just level something up. How much is this? Cool. Oh, let's watch a scene with Shauna and Winnie. The Silver Falls community the Silver Falls community tends to refer to Winnie. They kind of given her a nickname. For a while, people were calling her One Shot Winnie, and the reason being is the first game she was playable in was the 3DS version of this game, Guardians and Metal Exterminators, and her skills were thus that if you leveled her up and you maxed out her skills, she was the ultimate glass cannon in that she can't really take many hits, but she can kill almost anything immediately because she's so powerful. And I think that's just such a fun character archetype in terms of gameplay. And that's the sort of what I refer to as organic mechanical storytelling, in that it's organically communicating a story through the mechanics. And that is saying she's a damn good shooter. She's so damn good with shooting a gun. She can kill anything in one hit. And that's a way to actively express that. If this were like a Netflix show or a movie, they would just have the script writer write it out and say, oh wow, this is the best shooter in the world. She is really good at shooting. Boring, right? So by creating a situation where you now play as this character and you create a situation where this character is so powerful they can basically kill anything in one hit, that's organic mechanical storytelling. I love glass cannons too. I think it's just a fun archetype, and it's just like you can't make any mistakes or you're dead. All right. I thought One Shot Winnie was referring to the fact that she matches everyone. Oh, and make out. Oh no, Winnie was originally supposed to be in Miracle Makeout Mania. I had to cut a number of characters because I ran out of memory. Right now, I don't know how to manage memory on the DS in terms of loading and unloading textures. I was trying to learn it, but I couldn't learn it in time. Yeah, but are you thinking of Helen? Because Helen matches almost everyone, and Wilma is in Makeout Mania as well. So, all right, let's just chat. We'll hang out, and then we'll wrap up the stream. So. That was fun. I just want to thank everyone for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun hanging out and chatting with you guys and hearing, the stuff that you're working on and hearing where we can eat. So where are we going to eat? Where are we going? What did we decide? Okay. Yeah, you're thinking of Helen. I'll spoil this a little bit. So I have been working on a game called Super Silver Falls. And Helen is one of the main characters from Super Silver Falls. Helen is actually playable in a number of Silver Falls games right now, but only available through code linker content. So at some point in the future, I will release Super Silver Falls, and that will allow Helen to cross from Super Silver Falls and be playable in a number of the Silver Falls games that are already out right now. City Barbecue. What do they have? I don't know Tell me what they have. So, let me tell you guys a little bit about Super Silver Falls, because that's, in terms of conceptual design and planning the story, it's all done. It's extremely far. I've created, the aesthetic for that. I'll be making it for modern platforms, but it looks like a Super Nintendo game, but it has real-time lighting. There are 3 playable characters in Super Silver Falls. Helen is just one of them. And Helen, all of them receive a tool from the mechanic. So in the various Silver Falls games, sometimes the mechanic is there and he is able to build tools for the characters you're playing as. So in Super Silver Falls, again, the mechanic is there and he builds 3 different tools. So Helen receives something called the adaption suit. And the adaption suit is something that sort of fits on her shoulders. It can adapt to different situations, and it can boost and bolster her abilities in different ways that allow her to do different things. Like, for example, the adaption suit can allow her to wall climb. So mechanically in the game, now she can have wall climbing, and then that allows for exploration. And Super Silver Falls will be a Metroidvania style of game. There's another character. We've met him. We've met this other character. He's in the other games. And I'm not going to spoil it, but you do meet this other character. He is from Super Silver Falls. I won't name him. I just want people to explore it when the time comes anyway. And his tool that he receives from the mechanic is sort of an AI-controlled drone that kind of looks like a bird, like a flying bird, like a falcon. And he's able to control that. He sort of has like a neural connection with that, like an electrical neural connection with this drone, so he can control it electronically through like a tool that he wears that allows him to control this drone. So his gameplay style revolves using that tool to deal with things from a distance, like navigating that tool from a distance. And then the third playable character is a kid who's younger. And okay, so here's a story. If you've played 3 Down Stars, they've mentioned this kid as a kid that went missing. He was at a ski lodge and he went missing. And then he turned up miles and miles away in the middle of nowhere, and they ended up finding the kid. So even way back in 3 Down Stars, I had already planned out Super Silver Falls. So this kid, the tool he gets is called the air shot. And the air shot, you know how in 3 Down Stars you have the flame shot, cryo shot, and electro shot? So they're like elemental guns. The air shot is an elemental gun that, shoots air. But because the kid is so light, the air shot actually allows him to use the gun for mobility. So this kid can use the air shot for things like double jumping and air dashing. And so when you need mobility, you use the kid and his air shot, and you can double jump up ledges, you can air dash, and he's really good for mobility. Whereas Helen is really good for basically combat, because she has the adaption suit. And of course, the adaption suit can transform in some ways. Like if she needs combat, then the adaption suit can change into give her big claws, and she can, fight and claw enemies, or maybe you can give her big fists and she can punch through rocks and break, sort of boundaries and things like that. So yeah, that's going to be Super Silver Falls. At some point in the future, when the timing is right for it, when I have time to work on it, at some point in the future, I will work on Silver Falls, but it's not one of the titles that's in a huge rush. But the code linker data has already been created for Super Silver Falls. So, yeah, we need a diner that has the strongest coffee and greasiest food. That's what I want. The strongest coffee, the greasiest food. They got barbecue, what can I say? But dang, I'm hyped about Super Silver Falls. I'm hyped for City Barbecue. I need something greasy, guys. I need something big and greasy. I need to take in some calories, and I will convert those calories into video games. Top golf, we could eat and golf at the same time. Yes, Jerome, I like that. I'm in it. All right, what kind of food they got at Top Golf? I'm feeling that. I'm feeling a round of mini golf. If they've got biscuits, I'd go for biscuits and gravy. If I can get some biscuits, gravy, and bacon right now, I'd be pretty happy. So, yeah. Anyway, it's been awesome hanging out with you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for having a look at the game. All right, everyone, take care of yourselves. Be well. My fellow humans, thank you for being my fellow humans. Awesome to hang out with you. You know what? Keep an eye out. I'm going to make a post now that I figured out what was wrong. It was my fault. I had 0 space left. My hard drive said 0 bytes free. So I'm going to do the PS Vita version of Clasherball. I'll make a little demo. I'll put that up, and I'm also going to do the PC demo of Clasherball, and then anyone can play it and enjoy it. So that's going to be later today. All right, I'm going to do my game submissions. All right, I need some. I want to eat something greasy. I am starving. Thanks, everyone. Take care, my fellow humans. It's 2 a.m. Let's go to Denny's and get food poisoning.